ברוכים הבאים לכנס הרצליה 2024.
If we hear sirens, you must remain seated in your place for 10 minutes. It's important to remain seated in order to avoid any harm, and we will all become better friends if we have to sit together through a siren. We'll have a great time. We will start the conference with a moment of silence in memory of all those who have been murdered, the IDF fatalities, the IDF and security forces fatalities on October 7th and following that in the Iron Swords War. Please rise. The names of soldiers from Reichman University who have been killed: Major Benjamin Benji Trakinsky, Major in Reserves Dror Zimmer, Major in Reserves Moshe Yedidia Leiter, Arnon Zmora from the Israel Police, of blessed memory. Gidon Chai Dero, Staff Sergeant in Reserves. Staff Sergeant in Reserves. David Schwartz, Staff Sergeant in Reserves. Yosef Githerz. Staff Sergeant in Reserves. Omer Balwa. Ini Nachman Liam Shrem Omri Ram, of blessed memory. You may be seated. We have here with us in the audience the President's wife, Mrs. Michal Herzog. Welcome. She is a friend of this university and has been one for so many years. Thank you so much for everything that you've done and the dozens of students whom you've helped and which you're still helping. So thank you so much for being here. I must note Daniel Husidman because you are sitting in the Husidman Hall, and if Daniel Husidman would not have been here, our hombre, then we wouldn't have had a hall. So thank you very much, Daniel Husidman. And I would like to introduce Professor Boaz Gadnor, the president of the Reichman University. It's not easy being the president of the Reichman University when you start your term in a war and 55% of your students are drafted, called up for reserve duty. You need to somehow navigate this ship very cleverly, with patience and with leadership. And we all owe Professor Gadnor. We owe you. I'd also like to greet Professor Rafi Melnik, the outgoing president. I'd also like to greet our dear friend Joey Lowe, who helps this university a lot, and your excellencies, ambassadors and consuls. I'm delighted to introduce Major General in Reserves Amos Gilad, the chair and the head of the IPS conferences, the Institute for Planning and Strategy of the Reichman University. His name precedes him, and in every conference I suggest take out a pen and paper, write down what he says, and if you want to do some public diplomacy and advocacy abroad, you have a strategic summary that is worth gold, and you'll even sound as if you know what you're talking about. I have personal experience. I simply quote the former Major General, and all of a sudden I sound like a Major General. It's as simple as that. A few months before the war, I came back from the Gaza border area, very excited. The head of the regional council told me about a new industrial zone collaboration with Gaza. He told me about tens of thousands of workers who will come into Israel from Gaza and help construction and GDP, and there were less rockets. There was hope for a collaboration, and I was caught up in this conception, and I told him when I came back that I think that there's a full half of the cup and that there is hope for coexistence. But Amos said very simply in clear terms that he would like to teach me a word in Arabic, Hayat tichtati ben, a venomous snake, the most venomous, told me Amos, because Tiben means beneath the straw in the spring, the most venomous snake. And it's just like the story about the frog and the scorpion, that ultimately it's in our nature to kill Jews and we just can't help it. Amos was not deceived by the conception I was, but he warned me, Amos, the floor is yours. We're running a bit late, so I'll try and be as brief as possible. Madam, the President's wife, Mrs. Michal Herzog, that I've had the privilege of knowing her. I won't mention how many years. I'm now closer to the time in which I'm going to ask Jonathan. I have a contract with him to eulogize me. Joe Lowe, and of course Professor Boaz Gano, all of our dear friends, Mr. Miki Federman, Jeremy Sisharov, our entire family. But I'll move on straight to the matter at hand. I would simply like to share with you the main message of this conference. But before I start doing that, I'd like to apologize on behalf of Professor Uriel Reichman, who is sick with COVID for the third time now. It even caught up with him. I'm sure he will recover soon, but that's why he is not here to open this conference as he usually does with the important conference, just like the ICT conference, our conference, and other conferences. So I'd like to get to the point. And my message, which I formulated for decades, but now it's even more clear, we are at a junction in which our military might must join forces with the intelligence of diplomacy. Some people don't understand how strong the IDF is, and it has achieved some exceptional tactical achievements. But when when you do not add to that some strategy, some political diplomatic strategy, you get results like the ones we have. And there's one message I'd like to convey to the political echelon, and hopefully they'll agree. Today is a historic day. There are interim conclusions, and there are a lot of warning signs in the Gaza Strip, Hamastan, and there's a lot to analyze here with respect to the intelligence and the military, but I'm going to skip over that. There are a lot of tactical achievements made by the army, and the outcome is that this can lead to some kind of diplomatic action. What does that mean? We must not be dragged into direct military occupation of Gaza. Gaza is a disaster zone. I was responsible for Gaza on behalf of the IDF twice in my life as the COGAT, the coordinator of government affairs in the territories, and I have to say that if we get dragged into direct occupation, or according to some people's deranged illusions, to establish Jewish communities or settlements there, that means we will be responsible for 2.2 million people, and that means it will be our burden, our budgetary burden, our moral burden, and we won't be able to manage that. It's only the IDF that can manage that, but the outcome will be miserable and will destroy our relations with the world, with the US and the free world. It's true that Israel and China together are 1.4 billion people, or Israel and India, then we're 2.8 billion people, but I cannot divulge the internal division or breakdown within that because that's a secret. But if we don't grasp the opportunity that's being handed to us by the US and establish a strategic axis with Saudi Arabia at its center, a country that was responsible for the Wahhabiyya, the most radical stream of Islam, even worse than Shiite Iran in certain respects, and if we don't join forces with the Emirates and Saudi Arabia in Jordan, which is a strategic home front for Israel, and the security relations between us are a strategic asset for Israel, and Egypt, that the late Prime Minister Menachem Begin and the late President of Egypt, Anwar Sadat, they signed a very brave historic contract, and today I can tell you that it's a main pillar of Israel's national security. If such a thing should occur, and it's not just a fantasy somebody dreamed of a new Middle East, we will benefit from strategic strength, military strength, a very strong bond with the US and with Arab countries. All that already exists today. The security relations, without getting into details, are outstanding, but there's a question mark hovering over all of them because of the situation we might find ourselves get messed up in Gaza. Number two, if the hostages do not return alive to Israel, it will be a stain on Israel for eternity. This is why we are devoting the opening session to the people who have been harmed by Hamas's strategy and who were brutally attacked, but it's part of an entire complex. I'm personally not convinced that the government, and specifically the Prime Minister, did everything they could in order to bring them back for various considerations I won't get into right now, but it is a basic Jewish value to bring them back. It's a human duty, and it's an important component of our national security. And every minute there that men and women are spending time there, it will be a disaster. Just like Katzetnik once defined Auschwitz, and he said every minute there is eternity. I don't care, they could pay any and every price. Some people beg to differ, but I'm telling you that it's important strategically as well. And if there is such an agreement, and based on the IDF achievements in the Gaza Strip, I think that we can develop or realize or bring into effect an arrangement in Lebanon. Will it be stable? No. Some people think that perhaps it would be best if we attack Hezbollah right now. Yeah, maybe there is a rationale there, but I have the opposite rationale. We need to rehabilitate, we need to pause, we need to use our brains, we need the help of the US, and we need to build ourselves. And now I'd like to move on to the main threat, and the way we'll address it has to do with the main thing I'm talking about, and that's the Iranian threat. Since 1996, I had the honor to submit to the Prime Minister back then in the previous century, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, the intel assessment regarding the Iranian threat. Back then it didn't have the capabilities it has today. Today it's a nuclear threshold country. What does that mean? If I'll quote the American Chief of General Staff, because he said this publicly, in a matter of several months, it can have nuclear weapons. Why are nuclear weapons dangerous? First of all, it's dangerous that a country with a strategy and ideology to destroy Israel will have such weapons. It mustn't happen. Some people say they'll never use it. I know of one way that they'll never use it. If they simply don't have it, it will start a nuclear arms race. And number three, we've seen it now. They will provide deterrence to all terrorist organizations, just like, you know, that fly that eats up the palm trees. They'll eat them from inside. Look at Yemen, Syria, Lebanon. All these countries have become proxies of Iran, and together, based on Qasem Soleimani's vision, whom we got rid of, but we did not get rid of his vision, they form this firewall launched at Israel. And if they have nuclear capabilities, then we will be in a very dire situation. So we need to do everything we can today in order to build our military might based on the lessons we learned in this war, and diplomatic might based on our alliance with the US and other Western countries. The IDF already belongs to CENTCOM. It's a vast organization that brings together all the chiefs of general staffs of the Arab militaries, and we've heard that the IDF chief of general staff met with all the Arab chiefs of general staffs, and we saw how we managed to deter Iran based on Israel's strength and based on the regional alliance that not much is said about, and also based on American strength and British and others. Israel needs to constantly bring together its diplomatic knowledge and military might. And now I'd like to say a few words about Judea and Samaria. There is amazing activity held there by the IDF, the ISA, and the Intel Directorate to thwart terrorist attacks, but there's a competing strategy there for the right strategy, which strives to annex Judea and Samaria and then to annex the Gaza Strip. And if we do that, we will find ourselves in the international courts. The wheels of these processes are already in motion. These processes, these monstrous processes, the wheels of that terrible machine have started rolling, and without an American Iron Dome and without the legitimacy of the international system, Israel will be harmed both politically and militarily and economically. All that is within the scope, within the purview of the Israeli government's decision making. Either we take the turn to the left, or we take a turn to the right, and that will lead to a terrible disaster. So therefore, my message, since we are a bit short of time, my message is we are at a historic intersection between military might and diplomatic savvy, and we're choosing various slogans regarding various various victories that will never happen if we find ourselves in the quagmire of Gaza or that boiling place, Judea and Samaria, filled with unrest. And even though if we will win at the end, there will be a terrible price. But if we have the political and diplomatic savvy, the military might, we can avoid that. This is what I wanted to share with you at the short time I allotted to myself, and I recommend we can each have your own opinions. We have some very diverse sessions planned, and people will, of course, speak their minds, but ultimately, this is the main axis on the path of strategic surprises, so that we will not find ourselves facing such a terrible surprise. And I could give you an entire lecture about the Intel failure and other failures, but we need to recover. There's a light at the end of the tunnel, there's a horizon, and it's all up to us. That was the main message. I'd like to thank all of you for coming. I'd like to thank the President's wife, and I would like to wish us all an interesting conference. I would like to thank you all. Hopefully there will be some very fruitful and important discussions that will contribute to overall thinking and perhaps even to policy. Thank you very much. Thank you, Amos Gilad, the chair of the Herzliya conference series. Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to continue the conference, the 21st Herzliya conference, which focuses on the path of strategic surprises. We chose to open with a session which we think is exceptionally important. It will focus on the horrific acts of Hamas against women as a strategy. We are committed to remember and never to forget the horrific acts committed by Hamas terrorists, and we are going to continue to remind the world that certain parts of it are turning a blind eye on the massacre of October 7th and the horrors committed by Hamas. And we wish to, and we will emphasize time and again that harming women is an inherent part of the plans and strategy of the Hamas terror organization. We are going to open this session with an interview with the wife of the President of the State of Israel, that ever since the massacre of October 7th has been deeply involved in this topic. And I am honored now to invite Miri Michaeli, a chief anchorwoman on I-24 News, a journalist and a lecturer. Miri, please. And now I'm honored to invite Mrs. Michal Herzog, the wife of the President of the State of Israel. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you, Mrs. Michal Herzog. I'd like to thank all of you for placing this important topic at the top of this conference's agenda. It is a great privilege for us to speak out and cry out this terrible cry of the men and women who suffered such terrible violence but cannot speak in their own voice because they have been murdered, massacred, and burned. And with your permission, I'd like to move on to the issue, because the most impossible question nowadays is, how are you? So, of course, we're not going to talk about all the terrible testimonies, but we can say that one can see very, very clearly that this is an intentional strategy. We've seen the same pattern time and again in different arenas, and the sadistic violence and the necrophilic tendencies appear time and again, not by coincidence, and the world remains silent. First of all, hello everyone, and thank you for inviting me. Just like Jonathan said, this place, the Reichman University, is very dear to my heart, has been for many years, and I feel that whenever I come to the campus, another building was born. So thank you, Daniel, for this beautiful building, and thank you, Miri, and I wish you the best of luck as the new TV channel goes on air. It adds another facet to Israeli media. So thank you so much. Yes, we are living now in some very difficult times. Let's say that when my husband was elected as president, we never expected that this is what his term of office would look like. We started by swearing in when we still had the COVID discussions, and this is a good opportunity to wish best of health to Professor Reichman. And then we continued with some very difficult months after the recent elections. We tend to talk about October 7th and its aftermath, but sometimes we forget or perhaps repress everything that occurred here in the months leading up to October 7th, and then we reached the horrors of October 7th. And with all the chaos of these first days, it took me a few days as well to understand exactly what had happened on October 7th with respect to the planned, premeditated sexual violence that was adopted as a strategy in several locations. And once I understood that, I decided to take this as an important theme, an important topic, because this is a topic that Hamas has no answer for, because we all see how in the media and the social media platforms, let's say that we're not doing a very good job. But when it comes to this topic, it's consensus, and this is why it's so important for us as well as Israelis to continue and make sure that it remains on the world stage, because this is a subject that Hamas has no answer for. Because when people say to the world, when I say rape should not be a tool of war, sexual violence is not a weapon of war, period, well, there's consensus regarding that, and we should really make sure that this subject, people won't forget about it, especially in view of how, at the beginning, how the international organizations ignored this topic. Well, with your permission, I'd like to talk about how they ignored it. It took 50 days for the UN to issue a denouncement. One sentence: world leaders, we will never forget their denial. And even afterwards, the denominations were very, very weak. And after I was offended as a Jew and as an Israeli and as a woman, what happened to this solidarity between women, the I believe you? How can an Israeli woman today deal with this hypocrisy of the women's organizations in the world and the world in general? And well, I'd like to make a distinction between leaders and international organizations. From the leaders, we did see denouncements. We saw a series of leaders who came here immediately at the beginning of the war, both male and female leaders: Ursula von der Leyen, Annalena Baerbock, who's here today, the German foreign minister. We definitely did hear that voice, but the blind eye, those who ignored us were mainly the international organizations. Amos talked about the importance of Jordan, and I agree, if I may, not as a strategist, but regretfully, the person who heads the UN's women organization, there's a Jordanian woman, her name is Sima Barhus, and from the get-go, and that has been her line, this is her line until now, she has simply ignored this matter. And Israeli women who are experts in international law, people like Professor Ruth Halpern Kadari and Ifat Beaton, and I'm truly so proud of them. They fought in order to make the voice of these women heard. These women who can no longer have their voice heard because they've been murdered, and they made every effort to make that voice heard. And for the first time after the war, when I met Professor Ruth Halperin Kadari, and she's a very serious woman, you know, usually she's very calm and collected, but she was almost in tears from how her friends, how peers in the CEDAW UN committee, the committee that addresses women's rights in the UN, she was a member of that committee for 12 years. She was deputy chair, and how they ignored this topic, it was unbearable for her, and we continue to talk about it. And like I said, we continue to maintain this as a topic, and there has been a certain shift, especially after the report of Mrs. Pramila Patten, the Undersecretary General of the UN. She came to Israel. We hosted her at the President's residence. We invited 13 organizations that focus on women's rights and sexual violence since October 7th. We invited them to meet her, and still her report, which indeed mentioned it, and regretfully I maintain personal contact with them regularly, and I spoke with her just 2 days ago. She now is under such an attack, personally, a personal attack, because she has moral clarity. And now she is the target of so much hatred because of the truth that she spoke. And you talk about this topic in a lot of fora, and among other things you use, I've noticed, the strategy of warning from the escalation in the next war in using sexual violence.
I can't help but think, is this the only thing that works? Because when Jewish women are victims to such horrific violence, it simply doesn't interest people, and it only starts to interest them when there's a potential warning involved that it may touch on their lives. I don't want to talk about this only as a demonstration of anti-Semitism. I would prefer to look at there's no positive side, but the activist, proactive side of things. Because, for example, when I'm invited to speak in the Security Committee in Munich, in a panel hosted by a woman, and there's a person there that 10 years ago dealt with the Nigerian women that were kidnapped by the Boko Haram organization, then yes, you do want to talk about it and make it universal, this violence against women. And I think that's the right way to do it, to make it and maintain it as what it is, a universal issue. And I'm saying it's not only the voice of Israeli women. What happened on October 7, and all of the experts in the world are saying this, that was above and beyond. The acts of brutality, first on the 7th of October, the rapes, sadly also rapes of women, even after they were murdered. I mean, this is such extreme manifestation of violence in conflict, and specifically violence, sexual violence against women. And we know the world is very turbulent. There will be more conflicts ahead. And I think it's our role as women to prevent the use of sexual violence in the next conflict, because they may make it even more extreme yet again. And that's something that I'd like to do, and that's also part of the message that really connect women everywhere in the world. And it's very important to you. I mean, I wish they talked about our specific subject here the way they talk about the Nazidic women in Boko Haram. But we saw something very concerning, a phenomenon, maybe it's not a phenomenon, but an event of a 12-year-old child, a girl in France that was raped, anti-Semitic rape. Even the term is unspeakable. Do you think women all around the world should be concerned? The waves of anti-Semitism worldwide are on the rise, and we must combat this. There is no doubt that that case is just inconceivably horrific, and I remind you that there are now young women that are still being held hostage in Gaza. Men and women, 120 hostages. I agree fully that they must come home. We will never be complete until they come home. And I know that we will hear later on from Merav Leshem Bonen. And one of the really most difficult things since the beginning of the war, and we meet a lot of bereaved families and families of injured people and families that were evacuated from the north and from the south from their homes. And these are very emotional meetings, but the most emotional and profound are the ones with the families of the hostages. And the connection that I was making, I can say about Merav personally. I met Merav for the first time on a Wednesday, on that same, the Wednesday immediately after that horrific Saturday. That was the first initial meeting with families of the handicapped in the President's house. Since then, of course, the contact has become sadly a lot more personal, because so much time has elapsed, and when we know people and talk to them, you get connected to them. And then I met grandmother Dvorah, who's Romi's grandmother and Merav's mother, and I met her sisters, and I met the family, and an amazing family, and you meet these amazing women in this family, such powerful women, and we need these young women. And I'm going to say something that I really find unsettling. At the end of the day, the transaction, the deal that may be happening or isn't happening or should be happening, certainly at least its first stage, its first round, is supposed to bring those first young women that are now in hell, to bring them home. But I can't see around the decision-making tables, around the negotiation tables, even one woman, even one mother. And I'm not an expert on strategy, I'm not an expert on negotiation, but I don't understand the logic of it. It seems irrational that the female voice, thinking a bit differently than men, yes, that women's voices are not in the room, not taken into consideration. So I would very much like to hear our voices, women's voices in the decision-making room around the table. I think that's very, very important. That's an enormously important point. Thank you. Thank you for stating that. And I wish there will be more women who are decision makers in the upper echelons. But next I want to ask you, the Poland movie about Elia Cohen is going to be shown today. I don't know if you've already seen it. I know that at the moment we're just about to see or not see it. Everybody can decide. What do you think of this decision about the specific film? I think that, and I maybe quote Rachel Pauline Goldberg, that again, as I said about Merav, these are women that had a completely private life until October 7th. They were just people living their lives. And now meet Rachel, Hirsch's mother, who's an amazing woman. She's a protector of her son, standing on every stage in the world and screaming out, but doing so with intelligence and force. And if she decided, because up until recently Rachel herself didn't want to see the video, and she said yesterday in the United States, she was talking about the ignorance of the Americans as well, that they don't understand here 8 hostages are US citizens. And it has to be a concern of the entire world. And this decision to publish the video, the film, is a very powerful one. Like Joe and Elorum, the decision of making the movie, The Screams Before Silence, that we'll see a little bit of it soon, led by Sheryl Sandberg. Every such tool is important. Every such means of making the voices of women heard, those hostages and bring them home. Amen. It's unsurprising that we end this with a kind of a bit teary-eyed, but yes, thank you so much for all you've done. Thank you, and thank you all. Thank you. Now we will see a segment of the documentary film Screams Before Silence, and then there will be about the violence of the Hamas against women on the 7th of October. It depicts the sexual violence and atrocities in their surprise attack on Israeli citizens, and specifically the women that were taken hostage into the Gaza Strip during that attack.
A lot of the bodies were naked, totally.
We saw that some of it was sexual in nature, directly targeted sexual violence.
I heard a girl scream and ask for them to stop.
Her face was on the ground and she was raped.
He's dragging her by the hair and she's handcuffed behind her back and she looks terrified and her pants are blood-stained.
She was naked from her waist down, bruises all over her body.
כשרותה בנו, כולם היו ערומות, מישהו הפשיט אותם, מישהו התעלל בהם.
They were using sexual violence as a tool of war, of weaponizing women.
They were sent with clear instructions to rape as many, to humiliate as many.
We are ready for the unthinkable possibility of pregnancies.
פשוט הגוף שלך הוא פתוח לכלל. יכולים להעיר אותך באמצע הלילה ולאנוס אותך, וכל הזמן האקדח מכוון לראש.
That was the first thing I feared. Being raped. Being sexually assaulted. I remember the entire time I was like thinking, okay, you knew it's gonna happen. It's really happening. It's really difficult to talk about, but it's my calling, it's my duty to come out and talk.
What can we say after reviewing that? The heart, the soul cringe. It's difficult to encapsulate that. Now we will hear a special message from Sheryl Sandberg, founder of the Sandberg Goldberg Bernthal Family Foundation, the person who was at the lead of this project to create this film.
It's such an honor that Screams Before Silence is being shown at Reichman University's Herzliya conference. I'm so grateful for your support and commitment to standing against sexual violence. This has become the most important work of my life because the politics of today and the polarization we face are making us turn a blind eye to something that should be completely obvious. Sexual assault is never okay. Sexual violence is never okay. Rape is never and will never be resistance. This film gives anyone and everyone the opportunity to bear witness, to say that this should never happen again, to say that the perpetrators must be held accountable, to scream after silence.
And now, we will have a conversation with the executive producer of Screams Before Silence. And I'm honored to invite Joy Law, founder of Israel at Heart and Start Farm Ventures. Please, Joy, join us. So as you can see, I'm holding the interview. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Roni, by the way. So Joy, we know each other like more than 20 years, I think, right?
That's correct. We're very proud of that.
Yeah, me too. So, and I'm always amazed by how you always there for Israel. And it's always amazed me about everything that you're doing for Israel. So just let's talk about the movie. Why did you make this movie?
Let's say I love Israel. I've loved Israel pretty much all my life. I came and I spent my junior year of college here in 1971-72 at Hebrew University, and I was a volunteer in the Yom Kippur War, and so I always have loved Israel. What's bothered me is the way the media presents Israel, and those of us who love Israel, who care about Israel, are very not only disappointed and upset, angry at times. And when the war started, October 7th, again, that feeling arose in me, is why isn't the world paying attention to this? This is happening in our country. It felt as if we were all raped, we were all violated, we were all subjected to such horrible behavior. And where was the world speaking up? Where was the world standing with us? And so I think that's pretty much where the feeling came from. And then from Castina, Manny Aviram, and Eitan Schwartz, who I knew from the Shagrir, the ambassador show, they came up with the idea, and to me it sounded like a perfect thing to support. My wife actually came up with the idea of Sheryl Sandberg. They were thinking of who could be the person to do the interviewing. I asked my wife, which is a smart thing to do, and she suggested Sheryl Sandberg, and luckily I called my good friend Tom Nides, who is the ambassador here, who I think knows everybody, and I said, would you call her and see if she would be willing to do it? And 5 minutes later, he called me back and he said she would love to do it. And that was really just the beginning. And she's put her heart, her soul, and we have to be honest and realize that without her, it never would have gotten the mileage that it's gotten and the viewership that it's gotten. She's a very special person, and as she said, everything in her life has led her to this moment. And we speak pretty much, pretty often, and she's consumed with this. And that's for our benefit, and for, I think from Israel's point of view, the fact that, we've translated it into, 12, 13 different languages, and I really think it's important that the world see this and understand who Hamas really is, because the media doesn't always do a good job at showing it.
How many people already watched the movie?
Well, the short versions, about 35 million people have seen the trailers, and then the actual 50-something minute movie, that's the documentary, that's about over 2 million people. And hopefully now that we've sent it around the world on YouTube, that many more people will see it. It's Arabic and Russian, French, German. We did it in Mandarin, Korean. And so I'm hopeful that many more people will see it. I happen to believe that there's a lot more people in the world who love Israel, respect Israel, and care about Israel. Unfortunately, that's not what the media covers. And so the movie was, in a sense, a way to show all those people what's happening here, like an honest portrayal of what's happening. We didn't take any money from the government. That was very important to me, that this be something that be totally independent, and that it comes from, you know, the people who suffered, and they speak about their experiences, and it's very moving to see that. So I'm hopeful that we really just started, and, you know, luckily having Michal and having, you know, so many people stand up and support the movie is what's really given it its opportunity to be seen and heard, you know, showing it so many times, screening it in so many places. We screened it at the Foreign Ministry last week, and all these diplomats came. This is very important, you know, and I don't think we could have done that without, you know, your friend Sheryl Sandberg, and has become a good friend of mine as well. It's important that we have people like that around the world who stand with us, as opposed to those who were quiet and didn't say anything, and it's shameful. And we should all remember, I think that's very important to me, remember those who stood with us and those who were silent. I think that's very important, because it's a time like this where you learn who are your friends and who aren't your friends. Who are the people who are willing to stand up and say, I'm with you, and who are the people who were silent. And for me, I don't forget things like that. I mean, maybe that's a good thing, maybe it's a bad thing, but that's my nature. I remember, and I think that's something that we all should do.
Tell us a little bit about the influence of the movie. How it you feel that this movie...
Well, you know, luckily I've gone to a few of the screenings. I know that when we were at the Foreign Ministry, I had a nice, warm conversation with the Singapore ambassador, and he just came to Israel recently. And he said if he was in Singapore, he never would have heard about it, he never would have seen it, and this was an opportunity. And I think that's the point, is to let people see how evil Hamas is. You know, we know it here. We know it, we feel it, but around the world, the media has done a very good job at suppressing what really happened. And they do a very good job of PR, the pro-Palestinian groups, the demonstrators that you see all over the world, you know, every day. It's even upsetting to watch the last night in New York, yesterday it was in California at a synagogue. You see the praying that's going on in Ontario, in Copenhagen, in streets in New York. This is very, very dangerous. And so we have to stand up. We have to let people know who this is out there, because maybe they came for us first, but this isn't their final stop. They have other things in mind.
So it was difficult to work on the movie?
I'd say, you know, I'm very lucky. Like in life, it's all about the people that you meet along the way and the people who you share and network with. And so Manny Aviram and Eitan and the team of people who actually made the movie, I went along to watch and I listened to the interviews, but it really wasn't something that I had to do. So in that sense, I was very lucky just to be connected to it. I said to Manny, I was just very privileged that you asked me. Because, you know, if you don't get asked, then you don't know about something. I think what's very important is a lot of initiatives were taken by Israelis after October 7th. Very often we wait for the government, or you assume that the government is going to do the things that they should do. What we learned here in Israel is there are so many amazing Israelis who jumped into action and take it upon themselves to do what perhaps the government, because its bureaucracy sometimes, isn't as capable of doing as quickly. So the same was true with our movie. You know, once they asked me, I said, let's go. And then we called her, and then she came. And she came with her parents and her daughter. And the interest and the dedication of people all over Israel. You know, what I love, we come from New York. We made Aliyah here 5 years ago. What I love about being in Israel is the solidarity that you have with everyone. You know, wherever you go, you see people, you hug everybody, because we're in something all together. We're at a big battle. And we understand it. When I'm back in New York, you don't get it. People just don't understand the same way. When people come here, that's why it's so important for people to come and visit Israel. When they come here after moments, they see the way that everyone is affected by what's happened to us. I was speaking to our ambassador, Tom, when he came here the first time. And, you know, he was telling me Israel should do more about the humanitarian situation. We should help more with this. And I said, Tom, you don't understand. This country was really badly hurt, and it's a trauma that we're all feeling. And so it's not the first thing for us to right away be able to get over that and jump to the next stage. Yes, you're right, we should do that, and maybe it was a mistake we didn't do it earlier, but I don't think people understand to the extent that Israel has been damaged in a way, our psyche. And so hopefully we'll rebuild, and we'll you know, be able to come out of this stronger in certain ways. because of this, hopefully.
So thank you very much, Joy. Really, it has been a pleasure, like always.
Thank you very much,
so
Ronnie.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
כעת אני מתכבדת
Now I have the
להזמין
honor to
את מירב
invite
לשם
מירב
גונן.
לשם גונן.
בימים אלו
In
מוכרת יותר
these
כאימא
days,
של רומי
she's better
גונן
known as the mother of Romi Gonen, who was
כבר יותר
taken
מדי
hostage
זמן.
to Gaza too long ago,
260 ימים.
260 days
היא
ago.
אימא ל5
She is a
ילדים
mother of
שהם מלך
5
מהשביעי
good people,
באוקטובר,
and on
כל
October
כולה
7,
בהתמודדות
since then,
ובמאבק
she has
להחזרת
been
רומי
fighting to bring
ושאר
her daughter
החטופים,
Romi back and all of the hostages back,
להחזרת
and also
האמון
to
והלב
bring
הישראלי
back
למקום
the trust
הראוי.
and faith
בבקשה,
of
מירב.
Israeli society back to where it should be. Good afternoon. I usually like to speak sort of freely, but there's a lot of you, and I'm a bit sort of tense, and this is a very serious event, a prestigious event that I'm very happy to be part of. And yeah, a bit of nerves because it's been 262 days, but I also have a message that I want you to take home with you, and that's why I decided to write it down. I don't usually write it down, but it was written down kind of associatively, so maybe it'll be like, so an afternoon of sunlight. It's Monday, the 24th of June, 2024, and it is now Now it is 262 days. I wrote that number wrong. I wrote 162, but it's 262. 262 days in which my daughter, Romi, who's beautiful and funny and wonderful and very Israeli, and another 119 hostages are still held by pure evil, the organization of terror, the Hamas. 262 days now. We have been every single second fighting to bring their home, working night and day around the world in order to make sure that all of the hostages come home. And some have come home and told their stories of the tortures that they have undergone, tortures of the mind and the body, the Hamas that's attacked us, that's infiltrated into our beautiful country, also infiltrated our souls and the bodies of women, using sexual violence as a planned act of war, a brutal act of atrocity meant to humiliate and abase. Our national anthem says that we should be a free people in our country. The decision of the UN, after which the State of Israel was established, supposed to be a safe homeland for Jews around the world, these two promises were broken in one day when pure evil crossed our borders, infiltrated our land, and it took violently over 200 women, citizens of Israel mostly, and also women of 23 other countries in the world. In 1 second, our heart was torn out of our bodies, and we all, since then, are fighting to bring back. No one prepared me as a mother for these horror scenarios in which in real time I see the kidnapping and taking hostage of my daughter, the moments themselves. There was no script, there was no manual that would have told me what to do and how to respond in those moments, and all the moments, all the long minutes and all of the hours and all of the days, the long days, the weeks after, and now months after. 8.5 months where Romi is still not here, where 120 women who had life and dreams and plans never came home back to our country and to their own homes. Some will come back in body bags to be buried in the land in which they were born, in which they had families of their own. And through the last 8 months, I personally have felt that I am fighting for my personal resilience and security. The Romi's security and resilience of all my 5 children and for all the families of the kidnapped and hostage and held hostage and people who were held hostages, as if they had been selected particularly so that they will provide a representation of Israeli society, and yet discovering that we're all fighting for the same thing, to rebuild as a people the feeling that we can live safely in our country, that we will become stronger and stronger, and of course, as said by President Nicholas Taib, as we become less breakable people, anti-breakable people are not breakable, they're not fragile, but not only are they not breakable, but that every time they encounter a terrible, terrible challenge, they become even more impenetrable. And even if we haven't discovered this yet, this is the truth that we will uncover about ourselves. And that's the idea behind national resilience and personal resilience. We all become less breakable and our national resilience increases. And through the last 8 months, this has been a terrible challenge to face the fact that we, families of the hostages, so different, so diverse, with very different opinions and sometimes contradictory opinions, the difficulty of seeing any kind of deal moving ahead, 1 step ahead and then 10 steps back, the knowledge that my beloved, wonderful, beautiful daughter is there in the tunnels of the Hamas 262 days now. That is the biggest challenge we face. My own daughter, that I, as a mother, I'm responsible only for one thing, to keep her safe. That responsibility didn't happen on October 7, and I carry that pain every single day. I was often asked, what helps you hold it together, to stay positive, to be reserved? Why aren't you going crazy and screaming and shouting? So I have to say, I do scream and shout. I do get angry. Sometimes I scream and shout. That's totally normal and natural. Maybe that's another lesson in personal resilience, to accept the fact that you are human, to allow yourself to learn new things about yourself. And that is also the secret to unbreakability, that if I know that about myself, the place in which I am maybe a bit weaker, I'll be able to overcome it. The thing I learned in this fashion is that I have a civil responsibility I cannot ignore. When individuals are important in the national endeavor, their resilience becomes greater, and through that also national resilience improves, because being alone is unbearable, certainly in such a turbulent and challenging time. And in this, maybe we should again say sorry to Goldin, Asaya, Berel, families. I'm sorry that we left you alone. I'm sorry that we reduced your sense of resilience and also our own national resilience, all of us collectively. This civil responsibility manifests in the fact that we can change a state reality, a national reality. And I had a kind of a pop-up message today on Twitter from the 10th of October, in which a senior official said, because that none of the people then included any kind of plans to bring the hostages home, he said, the matter of the hostages will be examined at the end of the war. Since then, of course, it's been a long time, and we've changed the goals of our fighting, and 2 goals, of course, are fighting, combating the Hamas, and bringing the hostages home. And I hope we understand more and more that the return of the hostages should be the first priority.
National resilience relies on something else. At the very heart of the values of the State of Israel, all Jews and all Israelis are responsible for each other. And this understanding that we are one living human fabric. This fabric knows that it is connected and attached even when we do not notice that. And on October 7th, we learned on our own flesh this physical connection between each and every one, the pain of those who have been raped, murdered, massacred, taken captive, and injured. This is a pain that hurts all of us. And it reminds us that it's not just pain that connects us, it's also strength and power. These values that are so important to Judaism, I have encountered very strongly in recent months. I've met population groups whom I've never met, conversations in communities far from where I live. And I met with religious and ultra-religious Jews whom I've never met before, and I met different, people who are different with different expressions of Judaism, but what connects them all is the sanctity of life and the love of mankind and the most important objective, which is bringing back the hostages. That is the tribal campfire, and this is what requires that we mobilize our personal resilience and project outside our national resilience so that we can take difficult decisions, not easy decisions, but that are in line with our values, the perception of Judaism, and the promise that we gave to our children, a free nation in our land. And on the way, we meet with enclaves of ignorance all over the world that fail to see the ramifications of October 7th in their country. They fail to see that if we normalize rape and violence against women in one place in the world in wartime, it will happen, and sooner than they think, in other places in the world. Last week, I had the privilege to realize my civic duty and to speak on behalf of the women whose voices were brutally silenced. I felt that I managed to shock them as a mother and to reprimand the Human Rights Commission of the UN and to break down their walls, and the silence that fell upon the hall was felt very powerfully. We as the State of Israel, we have the power and responsibility to serve as a light upon the nations and to show our uncompromising stance in bringing back immediately the hostages. These are the values of our Judaism: national resilience, national resilience relies on a confident and responsible and especially reliable leadership. When the individual knows that he or she can trust the leadership, that they stand behind their words, and that promises generate matching actions, and that leads to national resilience. We are witnessing historic moments in which we will all have to decide how we make sure that our leaders live up to their promises, that a promise made a short while ago, an agreement achieved a short while ago, will indeed be realized and will reignite our process of national security, of bringing back the security of all citizens of the State of Israel within the boundaries and borders of this country, so that once again we can become a free nation in our land. We don't have the right to remain silent, and it is our duty, those who have a voice, to protest when an elected government shows instability, and there are 120 such elected officials from the entire political spectrum, and they all share the same responsibility. I stand here with you. I stand here with you in the Herzliya conference, which is the Herzliya conference for national resilience, and it was initiated. This conference started in the year 2000. Just like my darling daughter Romy, which is the epitome of our agreement as a nation to analyze ourselves and to see ourselves as human on the one hand, just like my Romy, who knows how to laugh about herself, but also a conference that seeks to see how we as the citizens of this beautiful country are willing to assume responsibility for building our own resilience, and from there the resilience of the human fabric surrounding us, people with a shared destiny. And I will end with a sentence that I usually say because it symbolizes exactly what we all want to happen. Darkness can be expelled not with additional darkness, but by increasing the light. Let's continue to strengthen our resilience, the resilience of our nation as individuals and as a complex, and let's increase the light that will bring back to the return of our loved ones soon, today. Thank you very much. Merav, I think that you have managed to strengthen us, and that you're also strengthening the entire Jewish people in the State of Israel. We would like to thank the President's wife, Mrs. Michal Herzog, who now has to leave us due to prior commitments. Thank you, Michal. After such a sad segment, I am honored to invite the mayor of Herzliya and a graduate of our university, Mr. Yariv Fisher. At least this is a ray of light that we have a graduate of our university here in Herzliya who's also the mayor. So where are you, Yariv? Romi's mother, Leonard Cohen, said, "There's a crack in everything, and that's how the light comes in." From Leonard Cohen, we will move on to David Grossman. David Grossman said 2 days ago in the demonstration on Kaplan Street, "Now is the time to go out to the streets and take the roads. There's whom to fight for. There's what to fight for, because such a present from life we will never receive again. We won't have another country rise again from the ashes, and we have whom to fight for. It is up to you. Now is the time to get up and live, to be a nation or not to be a human being or not to be, and there's whom for and there's what for." The State of Israel is now in its most difficult and fateful moments. Our country is fighting for its existence, but the problem is actually much greater. I did very long reserve duty. I served a long reserve duty, and I met Gadi in Division 35 there as well. And throughout this time, we felt conscript soldiers, left, right, reservists, Muslims, Jews, secular Jews, religious Jews. We all felt that we have a clear goal, that we were all fighting together, that there is what for, and that there is a unity. And once I finished my reserve duties, I assumed my position as mayor. Our leadership is trying to explain to us that we were actually wrong, that we are not one people, not one nation. Actually, our leadership does not exist. I have been in office for 100 days now, and these have not been easy days, with a lot of tension, with dozens of missiles, preparation for the scenario in the north, and an educational system that yearns for leadership. Yet no minister speaks with us except for Minister Arbel, that I have to say he functions exceptionally well and supports and provides advice. And it's not just me who says this. All mayors from all over the country are saying this, from Yesh Atid, from the Likud, from Religious Zionism. They're all saying this. Nobody speaks with us. This conference focuses this year on Israel's strategy, which is based on 3 pillars: national resilience, political savvy, and military might. I operated for 20 years in research and analysis of the Arab world. I have a very good relations with a lot of ambassadors and business people from the Arab world. And in every conversation I have with them, I need to explain to them that in comparison to the past, I simply cannot provide any explanations for the behavior of the Israeli government. The Arab world knows Israel much better than we know them. If you ask any Israeli child who our neighbors are, I doubt if they know, but if you ask any child in the Emirates who is our prime minister, when were the accords signed, they'll know that. Not only will they know that, they studied these accords in school. Our friends, our courageous partners in strategic measures, they have no understanding for the actions and activities of the State of Israel. They are astounded that we did not immediately adopt the Saudi initiative that would weaken the radicals and would set a lot of financial and economic cooperation. But there is no strategy, there is no policy. Those who are harming us that's the process itself. And I don't need to say this, but we all know that we're doing worse than ever. We are facing a terrible growing anti-Semitic wave. We are slowly taking in to Herzliya new families and new Olim from the US, from France, from Great Britain. The municipality of Herzliya has decided to operate as a proud Zionist city to support Aliyah to Herzliya and to Israel, to strengthen the periphery, to raise a new liberal democratic generation. That is true Zionism. But if that means to pass the municipal tax law in order to punish the cities that work well, that are balanced and have no corruption, and to reward those who don't, then yes, that's what we'll have. And if it means to pass the rabbi law in order to find jobs for dozens of rabbis at the expense of the taxpayers' money, because that's the most important thing in a time of war, then so be it. And if these are laws that weaken the court and infringe on all the checks and balances in a proper democracy, then so be it. And if it means passes a law that people can dodge conscription and only some people will bear the burden of military service, even though it's getting too much for them, then so be it. On the one hand, the Knesset plenary will discuss increasing the age of exemption from military, while the other hand encourages exemption from reserve duty. And if we haven't understood the very clear-cut message of October 7th, let me emphasize. The state of Israel has no future, will have no future, unless we work together, and everyone, and I mean everyone, must contribute equally. There is no distinction between blood and blood. Everybody, and I mean everybody, needs to be conscripted to the army, drafted to the army. Naively enough, we thought that the government would focus on the war, releasing the hostages, providing mental assistance to post-traumatic soldiers, and helping all the evacuating families, but they don't do anything. There's no one to strengthen us and uplift us. There's no one to comfort us and tell us that it's going to be okay. There's no one to act on our behalf. There's no one to trust. The queen has no home. The king has no crown. In the absence of a strategy that is there to help the people, it is us, the mayors, who need to take the reins. What started during COVID now continues in the Swords of Iron War. We saw how within that total dysfunction, complete and utter dysfunction of the government, it is the local authorities who knew how to operate and acted in determination. It took the State of Israel 45 days to start to be functional. We must strengthen and enhance the local authorities. We are working in close and important collaboration with the Israel police and the Glilot police. The police officers and commanders here in Herzliya and Glilot are working very hard night and day, but they cannot deal with the overload of hundreds of calls a day. There's been an increase of over 25% of break-ins into houses and car theft, and that's in addition to the increase in other criminal activities. Together with the Glilot police station and its new commander, Yaniv Olovich, we operate fearlessly. We will not allow any criminal families to operate in Herzliya. Immediately when I assumed position, we operated with determination to regulate all the activities of commerce. Everything illegal on the beaches will be stopped. In order to increase the sense of personal safety, we will have a patrol unit of motorcycles operating throughout the city of Herzliya 24/7. In order to augment the existing patrols. And this is a wonderful opportunity to mention the wonderful cooperation between us and this university. When I assumed position, I met with my colleague Boaz Gano. I learned so much, and I immediately adopted their program for urban defense, municipal defense, once again, because the government and the state of Israel simply cannot manage this situation. We have special rescue and relief units. We have a system of over 1,000 1,000 volunteers. We are the only ones who had a drill that checked our preparedness in line with the values of the Reichman University. We are assuming responsibility, and I call upon all the mayors to do the same and also assume responsibility. I have to tell you that we learned a lot from this exercise. It's not that we won, we learned. We continue to draw lessons constantly, and I'd like to take this opportunity and shed a spotlight on the decision of the Minister of Finance, Member of Knesset, Bezalel Smotrich, not to allow Palestinian construction workers to enter the State of Israel, despite the recommendations of the ISA and other security organizations that said that they should be allowed to enter with special permits. And this creates terrible pressure that works to our detriment. It leads to a terrible impact on the construction industry. It does not allow for new schools and new public buildings to be opened. We have 117 projects that are ongoing in Herzliya. All of them are suffering from significant delays, and all of them under the risk that we won't be able to open on time for next year. Ladies and gentlemen, the State of Israel has found itself in a critical intersection. We are bordering a red line, and if we cross it, I'm not sure it can be fixed. If we do not act now, I'm not sure that we will have a second opportunity. And let me conclude. Maybe I should have opened with this. This war should have ended many months ago in a comprehensive and regional agreement, but it's not too late yet. I would like to say that I hope for the return of all the hostages, including Omer Shem Tov from Herzliya, and Idan Shtivi and Romi, and may all the soldiers take good care of themselves and return home safely and healthy. Today, more than ever, it is clear we have such a wonderful people, such a wonderful country. We deserve a new leadership. Thank you. Thank you very much, Yariv. After everything you've just told us, we are continue to bring students from overseas. We know that they are in good hands and that everything in the city is safe. As in every year, the IPS holds the annual survey to examine in-depth trends in Israeli society. I'd like to invite Lior Ackerman, senior scholar, head of national resilience in the IPS, to present the findings of the survey. Hello everyone, good afternoon. I will try and be as brief as possible in order not to run too late. We are endlessly talking about national resilience, and that's one of our ways as an institute. One of the ways to measure Israel's resilience is through this survey that we've been holding now. It's the second year in a row, and if you'd like to see this, you can see it on our website later and understand all the meanings. We see the low percentages of the sense of security, personal security of Israeli citizens. This is last year's survey at the bottom and this year's at the top. Nobody probably is surprised that the sense of personal security has been reduced, maybe not significantly so, but it hasn't been very high from the outset. If you wish to understand why, what the reasons are for that, you can find it here at the bottom. Of course, the events of October 7th, the functioning of the police, and we'll soon talk about the police separately, and of course, the security situation. As for economic security, perhaps we could have expected that there would be some kind of drop in the sense of security and the backdrop of everything that has happened, and at the backdrop of this talk of what Israeli society thinks or what it wants to do, but there's actually a small increase with respect to the sense of financial security. Those who feel who hardly feel that there's any economic security. These are the reasons: the inflation and prices, of course, the fear of the government's unprofessional behavior on the economic matters. With respect to Israeli unity, and there's another slide that will back this later, and maybe it's not surprising, after the events of October 7th, the terrible events, of course, we can see that the feeling is quite low. Already back last year, a very, very small percentage of Israelis thought that there was unity, and I guess none of us will be surprised by that. There is a certain 10% increase this year, but we're still at a very low point with respect to people's sense of unity, and part of that quite naturally is based on worldviews, different ethnic origins, the fact that we're several tribes. You know the famous tribe speech made by former President Rivlin here in the Herzliya conference, but many attribute this to the behavior and conduct of the leadership with the judiciary overhaul. 29% blame it on the incitement. They accuse our leadership that cannot generate sufficient unity here in Israel, and this figure is quite amazing. A dramatic increase. Even last year, it was 53%, which is over half the population who think that there is great willingness to contribute to society and to the country. And this year, there's a dramatic 22% increase in this feeling, in the feeling of this willingness. And of course, at the backdrop of everything we've seen in the aftermath of October 7th, but it further increases the gap between what the Israelis are thinking on how the Israeli population is conducting itself and how the government and leadership is conducting itself. This is last year. Only 20% placed a lot of trust in the government. There is a very slight drop, a 2% drop this year, but it's already such a low figure with respect to the trust in the government. And if you wish to know the reasons for that, you can see that the understanding and the feeling that there is governmental corruption that comes as no surprise. Israel is ranked in the third place in the international index of governmental corruption among Western countries. Loss of trust following October 7th, and understanding that there is a legislation process and other activities that focus more on sectors rather than on national needs. This year we've included a question that we didn't have last year regarding trust in Israeli police, because Israeli police and the chief commissioner will appear here tomorrow morning, and of course he's been in the eye of the storm over the 18 months of the judiciary overhaul, and especially after October 7th, and now we can see the protests that are resuming. Look at this low level of trust that Israelis are placing in the Israeli police, which is supposed to protect the citizens' safety and security. And if you're looking for the reasons for that, it's a sense of a lack of professionalism, insufficient manpower, and great involvement of the Homeland Security, the National Homeland Minister, in the activities of the police, discriminating enforcement, and political considerations. And if you know how to connect the dots, you understand that it's all actually more or less the same thing. And we wanted to ask this question, which has been a very prominent issue very recently, on the issue of equal burden of military service, and we'll discuss this tomorrow. And 71% of Israelis think that the ultra-Orthodox need to be drafted equally. Is this policy indeed represented by the leadership in the State of Israel? Probably not. I'm not sure that what's happening in the government also represents what the general population thinks, or vice versa. This is a question we asked last year. To what extent would you or your children want to continue or stay to live in Israel? So despite everything we've been through, despite all the events, despite the talk that there's a massive abandonment of professionals and physicians and people from the high-tech sector, look at the data. The citizens of the State of Israel believe in their country. They want to stay here in Israel. And those who feel less connected, they mention the following reasons. I'm not going to read them because we don't have time, but this figure definitely can be connected to something that we'll talk about at the end of this survey. This is a question we asked last year. The figures that we got this year are almost completely identical to what we presented last year. 70% last year answered to a great extent or to a certain extent that they want to live in a secular Jewish nation state. Only 1/4 of the population want to live in a country with traditional traits, and only 7% want to live in a religious country. These figures are identical to last year's figures. Is that manifest in the conduct of the Israeli government? Well, I'm not that sure that this sentiment is manifest. And if I were to conclude this survey briefly, we can see a tremendous difference here between the lack of trust conveyed by the Israelis in its leadership, in its official institutions that are supposed to take care of their personal safety, and the great trust that the population, the Israeli population, express in themselves, in their capabilities and their chances to improve this country. These are two very important topics that we measure in national resilience: a very low feeling of personal safety, a low level of trust in the Israeli police. A vast majority in this country believes that there should be equal drafting to the military. And the characteristics of this country, those who are leading this country today and those who will lead it in the future, will have to pay attention to these issues, because this is what the people of Israel want. So I'd like to thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
I'm honored to present Dr. Phil Gordon, National Security of the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and advisor to the President of the United States. I know Dr. Phil Gordon for decades, and he represents the United States being a major pillar in our national security. So I don't want to take more from your time. Dr. Phil Gordon, please.
Amos, thanks so much. Thanks for the introduction. It's nice to be back to the Herzliya conference. I have fond memories of the work we did together. I'm really pleased to be here today at such a challenging and important time, and for the opportunity to talk to you all about how we see things in Washington. We know that the past 8.5 months have been an extraordinarily difficult time. There still aren't words to describe what Israel went through on October 7th, the time of Hamas's brutal massacre and the taking of hostages and the sexual violence that went with it. And we know that the war that was triggered by that brutal attack has also had devastating consequences. Tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians, including women and children, have been killed, and the humanitarian conditions for the people of Gaza, where the majority of the population remains displaced, remain dire. And here in Israel, almost 200,000 people have had to evacuate their homes, and many of them have yet to return. In addition to all of that, just over 2 months ago, Iran launched an attack, an unprecedented attack, directly at Israel. We've got Houthi militants and Shia militia groups who continue to strike Israeli and other targets. Hezbollah attacks Israel regularly across the northern border, and Israel is responding. Meanwhile, Israel is facing growing international criticism and pressure from the United Nations and other international bodies, and you have vocal segments of the American public that have spoken out against the war in Gaza. So as a result of all of that, let's just be honest, the past 8.5 months have been really challenging for the U.S.-Israel partnership, and tested perhaps as never before. It has just really been a profoundly trying time for all of us. But I don't need to remind you, I don't need to remind Amos that this relationship has faced challenges in the past. There have been difficulties, even crises in the U.S.-Israel relationship, and we've survived all of them by working together. And it will require work on both sides, but there's no reason that this time needs to be different. Indeed, notwithstanding these momentous challenges that I just summarized, I actually think there is a positive way forward for Israel, for the United States, and for our strategic partnership. And that's what I want to talk about here with you today. not the risks and problems that we're all too well aware of, but the possibility of a more hopeful path forward for Israel, for U.S.-Israel relations, and the people of the region. The path to that more hopeful future starts with the ceasefire deal spelled out by President Biden on May 31st, based on Israel's proposal. That proposal offers the opportunity to end the war in Gaza in a way such that Israel is secure, the hostages come home, Hamas no longer governs Gaza, and the Palestinian people have a hopeful political horizon to freedom, security, and an eventual state living side by side in peace with Israel. You're all familiar with the terms of the proposal, but they're worth repeating and thinking about. The first phase is a 6-week full and complete ceasefire, withdrawal of Israeli forces from population centers, and the release of hostages, including women, elderly, and wounded. In this time, Palestinian civilians can return to their homes and humanitarian assistance would surge. During this period, there would also be negotiations on phase 2, which is a permanent cessation of hostilities. And during the second phase, there would be an exchange for the release of all remaining living hostages, including male soldiers, and Israel would withdraw from all of Gaza. And then finally, in phase 3, you'd have a major reconstruction plan for Gaza, and any additional hostage remains would be returned. Now, as President Biden has said, we know there are some in Israel who do not support this proposal, opposing a ceasefire, even if that means prioritizing or deprioritizing the release of hostages. We simply disagree with that. A rejection of this deal would not bring about some undefined notion of total victory, but it would lead to endless conflict, draining Israel's resources, contributing to its isolation on the world stage, and preventing the hostages from being reunited with their families. By contrast, implementation of the deal would bring the hostages home and open up the pathway to the more hopeful future we all need. Since President Biden made this proposal, we have rallied the world to support it. The UN Security Council passed a resolution supporting it. G7 countries have all supported it, as have many Middle Eastern countries and the 16 countries that still have hostages in Gaza. It is now time for Hamas to accept the deal. And let's be clear, by refusing to do so, Hamas is responsible for ongoing suffering of so many Palestinians. The deal Israel offered at the end of May was almost identical to what Hamas proposed on May 6th. So in many ways, Hamas is walking away from its own proposal. Now, while it's disappointing that Hamas has taken so long to respond and that it proposed additional amendments beyond its original position, we continue to work relentlessly to get that agreement and to close the gaps, and we're grateful for efforts by Qatar and Egypt to help do so. And I want to stress, we should not give up hope for getting a deal, even as we press Hamas still to agree. And I think Israel can help in that regard. As Israel completes its major operations in Rafah in the days and weeks ahead, and if it delivers on its promise to reduce civilian casualties and surge more humanitarian assistance, not only will that relieve the suffering of the Palestinian people, it will deprive Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar of the death and the destruction that he cynically counts on for leverage against Israel. Don't forget, Sinwar wants to see Israel isolated in the world. He wants to bring in regional actors against Israel, and he wants to divide Israel from the United States. A transition to lower intensity military operations and an improvement in the humanitarian situation in Gaza would deprive him of all of those goals, as well as of the fantasy that the longer he holds out, the more leverage he has. We need to make Sinwar realize that time is not on his side and that this deal is one that he should accept. Let me also say a word about what this deal could mean for Israel and the region. Fully implementing this deal, with an end to the fighting in Gaza, followed by a serious commitment to governance, reconstruction, and security, would bring desperately needed relief to the civilian population of Gaza and allow the people there to begin a process of recovery. but it would also deliver enormous political and security benefits to the state of Israel and the people of Israel. How? First, it would significantly increase the possibility of securing calm along Israel's northern border with Lebanon, which would allow tens of thousands of Israelis to finally return to their homes. We've been working relentlessly to deter Hezbollah from a major attack on Israel since the early days of this conflict. As you know, President Biden sent 2 aircraft carrier groups to the region and has strongly warned Hezbollah against intervention. To be clear, we utterly reject the Iranian Hezbollah linkage between continued fighting in the north and a ceasefire in Gaza. We believe de-escalation is possible and necessary now, and that is what we're working towards. But we also know that a ceasefire and a hostage deal would put pressure on Hezbollah to end its reckless cross-border attacks, helping to diminish the risk of escalation in the north, which is squarely in Israel's interest. A sustainable ceasefire in Gaza would also reduce the risk of escalation on other fronts. Since early on in the Gaza conflict, the Houthis in Yemen have been attacking commercial shipping in the Red Sea, reckless, illegal behavior that does nothing for the people of Gaza but causes enormous harm elsewhere. The United States will continue to degrade Houthi capabilities and to seek to deter future attacks until this outrageous behavior ends. A return to calm in Gaza would deny the Houthis their self-proclaimed justification for these attacks, and it would help reduce the risk of escalation on that front, as it would the risk of escalation with Shia militia groups in Iraq and Syria. So those are all benefits from the deal that is on the table. And another that I want to stress, maybe this is the most important, is that an end to the war in Gaza on those terms and a commitment to serious and credible Palestinian political horizon would also allow Israel to secure a potential historic normalization agreement with Saudi Arabia and ultimately the entire Muslim world. This would be an extraordinary boon for the Israeli economy, opening up new economic ties for Israeli startups, travel and tourism, educational exchanges, and more. But even more important than that, it would help make Israel safe. It would allow Israel to be part of a regional security network with the support of the United States to counter the real threat posed by Iran. We saw the potential of this sort of cooperation in mid-April when Iran launched the unprecedented direct attack on Israel that I mentioned. And a coalition of nations, including the United States and our regional partners, helped Israel defeat that attack. That episode underscored the reality of the threat that Israel faces from Iran, but it was also a striking preview of what is possible when Israel becomes more integrated with the region. This path that I'm describing to a brighter future is possible, but to return to where I started, it begins with a sustainable end to the war in Gaza in a way that leaves Israel secure, that brings the hostages home, that removes Hamas from power, and ensures a path to Palestinian dignity, freedom, self-determination, and security. The simple reality is that there is no enduring defeat of Hamas without a credible governance and security alternative in Gaza, as we in the United States learned the hard way from our experiences in Iraq and Afghanistan. With an end to the fighting, we can create a unified international and regional coalition to support Palestinian governance, rebuild Gaza, and ensure that Hamas cannot regain power. As we do that, we can also and will put in place strict measures, including on the border between Egypt and Gaza, to ensure Hamas and other terrorists cannot rearm. Now, I know it's hard to think about peace negotiations in the current environment and understand the mutual distrust that Israelis and Palestinians have toward each other after years of conflict and failed peace negotiations. The United States is certainly not asking Israel to sacrifice its security or immediately to come to a negotiated agreement on 2 states. But we also cannot give up on that ultimate goal, and we oppose steps such as settlement expansion, settler violence, and other destabilizing activities in the West Bank that are counterproductive to peace and make that goal more difficult to achieve. President Biden and Vice President Harris firmly believe the best way to ensure Israel's long-term security is through a negotiated 2-state solution that will allow Israel to remain a secure, Jewish, and democratic state. I also want to be clear, the onus is not just on the Israelis, but also on Palestinians, which is why we are engaging the newly appointed Palestinian Authority government to advance important and meaningful reforms that will make changes to improve governance. Ultimately, through the regional track and the Palestinian track that I just described, this path could open up prospects for Israel to build enduring security, which is what this country needs and has wanted since its very founding. All of this, again, runs through securing a sustainable ceasefire in Gaza now, as President Biden and the Israeli government have proposed, and we should all be working to achieve it. I'll conclude with this. I would just ask all of you to contemplate the two potential paths forward that I have just described. In one direction, you have indefinite conflict in Gaza, alongside growing tensions and violence in the West Bank, the absence of a Palestinian political horizon as fuel for Hamas and other terrorist groups, the looming threat of serious escalation in the north with other groups in the region with Iran, and growing isolation of Israel on the world stage. But in the other direction, you have a path to a strong, secure, and prosperous Israel at peace with its neighbors, with hostages having returned home, backed by the United States and integrated in the region as never before. The choice is clear and should be clear. And I'll end just with this. As Israel embraces, we hope, this more hopeful path, the United States will stand with Israel every step of the way. We remain Israel's strongest and best friend in the world, and Israel remains our closest ally in the Middle East. And just as I believe it is in Israel's interest to pursue this positive pathway, I believe it is also in America's interest. Even in this moment of great tension and challenge and difficulty, I believe this positive future is possible, and the United States looks forward to working with Israel to achieve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your messages.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon, for those very positive words towards the end of your speech. אני כעת מתכבד להזמין את בן כספית, עיתונאי ופרשן בכיר במעריב, רדיו 103.
in Radio 103 and Meet the Press and Channel 12 News, and he will interview Lieutenant General in Reserve Gadi Eisenkot, also a member of the Knesset, also a member of the Israeli War Cabinet, and an honorary doctorate of the Reichman University. Hello and good evening. Hello. Good evening. Lieutenant General in Reserve Gadi Eisenkot, previous minister, 2 days in politics now. You're already the previous minister. Yeah, I get a lot done. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do we enjoy ourselves in politics? 4. Okay, you're being kind. It's a surprising day. Woke up in the morning and there's a committee now that is woken up that we've forgotten it existed, with recommendations and warnings that are very interesting. The summary committee that the administration of Netanyahu led to a deep disruption in the force building and the decision-making mechanisms in a series of very sensitive issues, and by this endangered national security and harmed Israel's international relations. What can you say about that? How do you react to that? It's a warning letter, very serious, scathing one, but one can still explain in regards to the submarines and marine vessels. There's a lot of issues that need to be involved, so they have to be reviewed. I was Deputy Chief of Staff several in 2013, 14, and then 2015 and 2019 as Chief of General Staff, and a lot of those things happened during my time of Chief of General Staff. But Israeli Navy certainly has been very, very capable. Now the question is in regards to decision-making processes, and if something inappropriate happened, it's important that this committee look stone under every stone and check every issue. So you're remaining very diplomatic and sort of statesman-like. There is a warning to the Prime Minister that talks about endangering national security. And you, Gadi Eisenkopf, the man I know for many years, so diplomatic. I mean, were you deputy or were you chief of general staff when he approved to the Egyptians to sell, when he approved the sale of submarines to Egypt? This is a sensitive matter that I wouldn't want to discuss publicly. For the public's interest, there is a connective line that has to be thought of between the investigative inquiry of the Carmel forest fires, the Meron events, and of course the submarine-related events, and in regards to the most enormous failure in the history of Zionism and the State of Israel, the 7th of October. And this has to provoke thought about how plans are made, decisions are made, and the fact that we are dismissing protocol and procedures, and the most important thing for our existence, our security, and the fact that Israel has no organized view of national security. That certainly undermines any decision making and brings about inappropriate things, as has been noted in the submarine committee report. Now, you were in you're talking about three inquiry committees, and the fourth that has yet to be established. I assume they would also warn Netanyahu. The common denominator is Netanyahu. Maybe this man is a threat. I don't want to say about the Prime Minister of Israel that he poses a threat, but the Prime Minister that I worked with and tried to promote national security with, there's a sort of pattern that arises of dismissal of working properly, showing alternatives, reviewing them with deep and profound consideration, making bold decisions based on information and knowledge. And that is some of the problems that are being pointed to. So let's go about each subject, because there's a lot of matters to discuss. And you'll be, I hope, briefer, because you're very, analytical, and I know that there are 3 or 4 parts to every answer, and that's fascinating, but we don't have time. The hostages first. You are maybe the sort of symbolic father of all of the hostages' families. In every meeting and every, you were in constant contact with his family. Netanyahu yesterday on Channel 14 said that one of his goals is to bring back all of the hostages, of course. Fine. But then suddenly, as a side remark, he said that he's really open to a partial deal. How do you see that? A partial deal, half a deal, I don't know. That's not something that was raised in any one of the meetings. The return of the hostages is the first priority of this war. And throughout the entire time when we talked about 2 alternatives, either a trade deal, where everybody is traded for a big group of others, where we bring back all of the hostages with immediate ramifications on the war, and the alternative, a 3-stage or a 3-round return that brings back the hostages that are, of course, alive and those that are not alive. And I was actually quite surprised, of course, to hear about a partial deal. That would certainly be news to the hostages' families, and it's completely against the cabinet's decision, unless in the last 2 weeks the war cabinet made a different decision. I don't know. You were interviewed a few days ago after you resigned. You were in all channels. I think you were interviewed by Dana Weiss, and she said that, and you said basically that Netanyahu is sabotaging this deal. On the one hand, saying one thing as a negotiator, on the other hand, working behind the scenes. And you said to the interviewer that this is too scathing to say that he's torpedoing. That was the term, meaning sabotaging. Now, in an interview with Rinon and with Magal that talks about a quarter of a deal, half a deal, I have to ask again, did Netanyahu torpedo, as it were, this deal? Look, I have to say things that the man torpedoes, as it were, the deal, in the sense that the hostages to him are not hostages. They our hostages in terms of the realization in terms of the Hamas, for their realization of their goals. So without any clear initiative, there's no moving forward. In January this year, there was a utilization of our capabilities that would have allowed us to have a deal, and it didn't happen. And then in November, there was another option. There were 3 operations that occurred, and we thought to ourselves, at least most of the cabinet members, the war cabinet members, thought that at the time we need to initiate and move forward and even move it farther at an earlier stage. And the test of leadership is the test of performance, of outcome. And Netanyahu, along with the war cabinet, failed completely in bringing back the hostages in the last 8 months. I struggle very much to say about a prime minister of Israel that they're torpedoing or sabotaging. I expect him to be a leader and make leaders' decisions. That has yet to happen. And that is one of the reasons that I left and resigned, and we did, very, very sadly. The fact that you're struggling or finding it difficult to say this, maybe you're not well suited to politics, and I say that as a compliment. I see that as a compliment as well. I entered the political arena after many misgivings and deliberations, wondering if I was right for this kind of role. What did you come out with in terms of answers? I decided to go forward, of course. I of course, was a military secretary to two prime ministers. I remember you were always the same. You were back then the same. You're the same today in whatever military role or military consultant role. But I began my political life in a difficult time, and you can sense the changing times of, the changing times even in the previous elections, even the one before that. We could see Israel shifting, taking itself into a wrong direction, a bad direction. And this country has so many achievements after 75 years. And then after 75 years, the wind shifted, as it were, into a very negative direction. And so I saw it as my calling to act. I see it still as my calling. I am reminded that, he is as he is, but and I would add, there's a very great bunch of people that you're surrounded with, but maybe not great for politics, good people, but not political in that sense, and maybe we have to change the entire government. But with as Raful said, this is what we have, with this we'll win. But yesterday he said about Rafiach, he basically blamed the international community that we had delayed until now. I remember that his advocates and supporters had blamed you and Benny Gantz that we hadn't reached Rafah. And yesterday nobody talked about a decisive victory. This term didn't come up again. And suddenly he said as well that the Americans took them months and years to fight ISIS. Where do you think he is today? I mean, Rafah is just, a delay tactic. What's going to happen out of this? What's going to come out of it? Well, blaming the international factors, that's new, because I've heard for the last few months that Gantz and I are the ones to blame for every delay. And certainly that wasn't the truth. But we thought, of course, back then, in the beginning of February, that we have to direct major efforts to the south, to Khan Yunis, to Rafah. That didn't happen, and there were a lot of arguments. And one of the big failures, of course, was the lack of boldness to move to the third stage. The plan that was proposed by the IDF and the cabinet approved it. The third round was have to be after 3 months, basically in January, and that didn't happen. And we're here in June. And maybe one of the reasons, the key reasons, is the political influence of some of the factors, the problematic factors in the government, that understood that getting to this stage would reduce the pressure, the political pressure. And I say this as the person who was responsible for Judea and Samaria and worked particularly in that final third stage of in the fight against waves of terrorism. In regards to Netanyahu's decision-making, I think that's the major problem, and that's something, a position paper I already published, in which I pointed to the major problem that we had in the war cabinet, and Netanyahu as the head of that. That is the strategic decision-making echelon that postponed making decisions. Back then already he had to move to that more ongoing stage and direct our efforts elsewhere, and now we're 5 months behind schedule, and that really explains the feeling of our achievements in the arena of war. Although there are big tactical achievements of the particular divisions and companies. I want to bring it down to earth. You're saying he was afraid to finish the war sooner? We're going to get into that intensification stage of the war because of Smotrich and Ben Gvir and their pressure, and there's also an interest that he have maybe that the war go on, and that's the only reason that we're now in Rafah, only now directing our efforts north. There are 5 key targets that we see through Israeli meter, but the problem is that's the ones that are known. There are also unknown targets, unknown goals by the cabinet and government official influence. That's people that see, that want to take over the Gaza Strip, bring back Jewish settlements to the region. Now, thankfully, Netanyahu, to his credit, said it's unrealistic, but still there are many ministers in the cabinet and elsewhere that's what they're pushing for. And the issue of the return of the hostages with all of the difficulties, the issue really is the ability to make that a government goal. It has to be initiated. What about the day next? We all understood that the day after the war, that should be a day for an alternative solution of government, also not for us, but for Hamas. We have to replace Hamas. And that also should be a decision in regards to the war and increasing our national resilience. If you don't understand after October 7 that we need a recruitment and enlistment law, a rule that applies to all Israeli citizens, that everybody does either military or national service, every single one, and not doing only for political reasons. In that if you don't understand that necessity, you're harming Israel's national resilience. Joe, eventually you did say Netanyahu is harmful to Israel's national resilience.
הקפצת אותי לחוק הגיוס, רציתי להגיע אליו קצת אחרי, אז רגע, אתה כל הזמן רומז שהוא לא יכול להעביר את זה בממשלה, אתה מתכוון להגיד שמפחד מבן גביר וסמוטריץ', אתה נדמה לי קראת לבן גביר ראש הממשלה החליפי מתישהו? מי משפיע יותר בממשלה היום, נתניהו או בן גביר? או שזה כבר אותו דבר? זה לא סוד ששניהם משפיעים השפעה גדולה מאוד, ואם ניקח רק את מה שמתרחש ביהודה ושומרון בשנתיים האחרונות, זה בניגוד למדיניות הממשלה, וכך נוצר פער בין אינטרסים לאומיים שממשלת נתניהו מחליטה עליהם, לבין מה שקורה בפועל. וזה קורה בגלל חולשת הממשלה, החולשה של ראש הממשלה, והניצול של המציאות הפוליטית המאוד מורכבת כדי לקדם אג'נדה שהיא אג'נדה של מיעוט. ולצערי ראיתי את זה גם בהתנהלות ב8 חודשים האחרונים, בעיקר ב3 חודשים האחרונים, ולכן לפני קרוב לחודש הפצנו לו נייר וביקשנו לקדם את מה שנראה בעינינו כאינטרסים הלאומיים והביטחוניים של ישראל. התשובה הגיעה תוך שעה, ולכן מי שמלין היום על זה שאנחנו עזבנו בשעה קשה, עזבנו בשעה לא פשוטה מתוך הבנה שהפסקנו להשפיע מבפנים, והדרך להשפיע על הכיוון הנכון יותר של מדינת ישראל יהיה מבחוץ דרך הרצון להחליף את ראש הממשלה, ליצור מנהיגות אחרת במדינת ישראל. עם יד על הלב כשאתה לבד בלילה לפני שאתה הולך לישון, אולי טעיתם שנכנסתם, נתתם לו לגיטימציה, נתתם לו משהו להישען עליו, 2 רמטכ"לים, פטריוטים, כתף, החלטות, 11 באוקטובר, ועכשיו גמר להשתמש בכם, הצליח להדביק חלק מהכתם גם עליכם, רואים את זה בסקרים, וזהו, לא צריך אתכם יותר.
למרות המחיר הייתי חוזר בדיוק על אותה המלצה והחלטה שקיבלנו
the same recommendation, the same decision that Benny Gantz and myself reached. We understood that the state of Israel is facing one of its most difficult hours. The fact that communities, towns and villages were conquered for many hours that set us out of equilibrium. The fact that 240 mainly civilians but also soldiers were abducted. I don't remember any historic examples or precedents for that. That created a huge strategic precedence, and we thought that no matter the cost, even if the last thing we do in Israeli politics, and that was the language, we thought it would be the right thing to enter so that Israel can reach some strategic stability, whatever
ידועה וחלקה לא, מדינת ישראל הגיעה ליציבות אסטרטגית אחרי פרק זמן מסוים, יכולנו להיות במציאות הרבה יותר חמורה, ואני חושב שקראנו בהחלטות נכונות, מקצועיות, עם הרבה מאוד ידע ושיקול דעת.
בוא נעבור...
אולי אתה דווקא כן מתאים לפוליטיקה לפי מחלקות הפעמים. בוא נעבור לצפון, אנחנו מתקרבים לסיום, אני חייב לחשוף כל הנושאים האלה. מה עושים עם הדבר הזה? נסראללה מגביר את הטווח כל הזמן, לא ברור שאפשר להגיע להסדר, אי אפשר להגיע להסדר, ברור שאי אפשר להמשיך ככה, וזה ממשיך ככה. החלק המטריד שהציר בראשות איראן, נסראללה ראה לעצמו כחזון בעוד 10-15 שנים להביא להשמדת מדינת ישראל. המהלך המפתיע של סינואר ב7 לאוקטובר גרם להם לחשוב שאפשר להשיג את זה בתקופה קצרה יותר, ולכן נסראללה, שהיה מורתע למעשה מאז 2006, פותח ב8 לחודש באש ובוחר משוואות תגובה. נסראללה הוא מנהיג מנוסה, הוא מאוד מאוד לא רוצה מלחמה כוללת, הוא מבין היטב מה יהיה המחיר למרכזי הכובד של העדה השיעית בלבנון ובעיקר בביירות, והוא מבין את המצוקה האסטרטגית שלנו ובחר את דפוס הפעולה שהוא פועל בו במשוואות תגובה מדודות. אין ספק שבמאזן הוא נפגע והארגון נפגע הרבה יותר, יחד עם הנזק הענק של יישובים ריקים לאורך הגדר, שיש לזה פגיעה משמעותית מאוד, אם תרצו אפילו באתוס הציוני של התיישבות וביטחון. ולכן הדבר הנכון הוא להמשיך את דפוס הפעולה ולהעצים אותו, להגיע לעסקת חטופים ולמעשה להגיע לא לניצחון כפסע ולא לניצחון מוחלט, אלא להגיע לניצחון באמצעות היפוך אסטרטגי. היפוך אסטרטגי יכול להיות אם נסיים את המהלך ברפיח, נלך לעסקת חטופים, אם זה יביא להפסקת מלחמה לחודשים, כמו שמופיע במתווה נתניהו. זה דבר שנכון לעשות אותו ערכית ואסטרטגית, להגיע להסדרה בלבנון, ואם לא להפעיל כוח בזמן שאנחנו נחליט, להצטרף להסדרה האזורית של נורמליזציה עם סעודיה ולהתמקד באיום מספר אחד של מדינת ישראל בעשורים האחרונים. זה האיום האיראני, גם ברצון להשיג נשק גרעיני שאנחנו נמצאים במקום המתקדם ביותר מאז שהם התחילו את התוכנית, וגם ברצון שלהם להשיג הגמוניה אזורית. בעזה יש לנו חשבון פתוח שימשך הרבה מאוד שנים ולא משנה מה נחליט על הפסקה של חודשים או לא. האידיאולוגיה של ארגון חמאס היא להשמיד את מדינת ישראל, ולכן ההבנה שלי שזה או אנחנו או הם. מדינת ישראל תמשיך להילחם מול ארגון חמאס ולהביא להשמדת היכולות שלו עוד שנים ארוכות, אחרת לנו כמדינת ישראל לא יהיה מקום במרחב.
Otherwise, we as the state of Israel will have no place in this region. You're saying that we need to focus on the north. To what extent do the Iranians think that on April 14th, when they dared for the first time in history launch various missiles and UAVs, to what extent do they think that they've succeeded? Because we reacted only with one missile. I think that indicates a significant damage to Israelis' non-written concept of security, and that's deterrence, a deterrence of projecting power and knowing that the state of Israel is an invincible, powerful, progressive, modern country. A country that has a special relationship with the U.S. as a component of its power. And what happened that night, the way I see it, the Iranians understood that this component has been broken, and that night there was a very impressive exhibition of defense, and there was also an offensive, a certain offensive, a very topical achievement, but we should be greatly concerned by what happened that night. Actually, it means breaking our long-standing deterrence and their decision to launch 500 missiles and rockets and UAVs, drones, is a very serious event, and that reminds us why it is the right thing to do to finish our campaign in Gaza and to once again continue the greatest enemy. It's the hand that rocks the cradle. And if it were up to you, do you think we should have reacted more vehemently, more significantly, more powerfully on that night. What did you say inside the room? Iran must pay a very heavy price, and I've been in this business since the previous millennia. I was military secretary in the general staff of the IDF for over 20 years, and I've seen the impressive achievements we've had against Iran. They all came through action, not through talk, in a covert war, mainly covert, that led to achievements in stopping their nuclear program that was supposed to be much more advanced. And this reminds us of the need to come to grips and to implement a realistic view that can see the entire set of threats on Israel and to mobilize the Israeli society at this difficult time and to organize our security conception and the power and force of the State of Israel, but mainly to mobilize the Israeli society towards the future, which is very complicated from a security perspective. But we should be encouraged from the brief, short history of our country and see what a country we've managed to build here in 75 years, not through various empty boasting, but through action, Zionist activities. So I'm realistic, and I'm saying that a lot depends on us. If we reach educated decisions regarding the way in which we want to come out of this complex reality that we entered 8.5 months ago, and to take the State of Israel to a better place, then we have to stop speaking in empty slogans which sound like slogans, and to build a perception that knows how to tell the Israelis the truth, to set a path which is longer and more difficult, and to give hope to all the people growing up in this country that there is a future here, and you don't achieve that only by talking.
תגיד, האיראנים היו חלק מה-7 באוקטובר לדעתך? אולי לא בתאריך, אבל בכל האירוע.
חד משמעית כן, באופן עקיף, איראן בעשורים האחרונים מממנת את חיזבאללה בכמיליארד דולר כל שנה, את החמאס ב$140 מיליון, את הג'יהאד האסלאמי הפלסטיני ב$70 מיליון, חלק גדול $70 million. Many of the weapons and know-how comes from them. What's happening in Lebanon and Syria with the militias built there, it's unequivocally ran through the Iranian crescent that begins in Tehran, Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, and they're doing it in a more sophisticated way in the south through conveying know-how and money, even if they weren't part of the decision-making and setting the date of the morning of that attack. Since they crossed the threshold of uranium
תחושה במערב שמתחיל להיות מידע שגם בקבוצת הנשק הם מתכוונים בלי שאנחנו יודעים, שזה אומר שיכול להיות שאנחנו נקום בוקר אחד לניסוי גרעיני ונגמר האירוע.
לכן זו קריאת השכמה לנתניהו שהציב את האיום האיראני כעדת השנייה שלו, לחזור לאיום המרכזי על מדינת ישראל ולטפל ממש בדקות האחרונות של המשחק. מבחינת ההשערה, וזה לא סוד, האיראנים הגיעו למקום because beginning of enrichment, it's no secret that they've reached a very advanced position, including the advancement of weapons group, and there are rumors that they are working, that certain generals in the West say that they're only a month away from achieving that, and this is why it's a reminder for us all to look at the broader picture, all the threats, and to operate realistically and rationally, to understand that there aren't any magic solutions, that it's a very long war, and we need to properly set our priorities and to really strengthen our special relations with the U.S., which are a critical element in taking on such a threat, and the ability to form the moderate Sunni camp in the Middle East. So let me finish with a question about the U.S. Perhaps I should have asked it much earlier, as we've seen in the video aired 2 days ago when he spoke publicly against the administration regarding the munitions, and he does have a certain case there. Now he's traveling to Congress in contrast to what the Democrats think. What did you think when you saw that video?
מאחר ואני מכיר את היחסים המיוחדים מאוד ואת התרומה הענקית של ארצות הברית לביטחון הלאומי שלנו, אני יודע גם מה הנכסיות של ישראל ומה הייתה התרומה שלנו בתקופה של מלחמה בדאעש במזרח התיכון. תרמנו שם
fought ISIS in the Middle East. We contributed there and elsewhere, and there's a very special relationship. I thought it was harming these special relations. They want to, if you want to convey a message, definitely not on such a video. You need to do it in the right rooms, and you need to do so seriously. And also, this irresponsible video led to damage to the worst threat, the strategic conjunction between Israel and the U.S. that seeks to address the Iranian threat has been postponed, and I think this demonstrates how rash it was, how unserious, and how much it undermines our national security. I'm deliberating whether to ask you a personal question before we finish. Should I? Help me. Tell me.
טוב, אני אוותר.
Okay, so I won't.
אז אחרי כל מה שאמרת,
After everything you've just said,
תשאל שזה לא יראה התחמקות.
you can ask, so it doesn't seem like I'm trying to
השארתי את
evade.
זה על המצפון שלו.
Now it's up to his
מדינה
consciousness.
שלמה
An
ליוותה את האסון
entire
שקרה
country
לכם.
was with you when that terrible disaster
בנשימה עצורה
happened, and
וחלק
everybody
בדמעות.
held their breath. Some people were
איך אתה
in
מגדיר
tears.
היום את מצבך
How
כאב
do
שכול?
you define your situation
כל
today as
חייך
a bereaved
דפקת על
father?
דלתות
Your
ונכנסת
entire life you
למשפחות
entered,
של
you
חיילים
knocked
שלך,
on other
ופתאום אתה
families'
שם,
door and had to inform their
ובתוך היורה
families,
הרותחת הפוליטית.
and
קיצור, איך
now
אתה?
you are there and inside all the
יש
politics
את
as well.
הרגש
So how are
ויש
you
את
doing?
השכל. אני
Look,
כמפקד
there's the
שלחתי
mind and there's the
חיילים
emotions.
למשימות
As a
שלי,
commander, I
שחלקם לא
sent
חזרו.
soldiers to missions, and some of
חברים
them didn't
שלי
return.
נהרגו, מפקדים שלי,
My
חיילים
friends
שלי,
were
פקודים
killed,
שלי.
my soldiers, my
וזה מלווה
commanders,
את הוויית החיים
and you
שלי
know
כאחד
that's been part of my
ששירת
life as
41
somebody
שנים
who
בצבא.
served in the
שום דבר
military
לא
for
מכין
41
באופן
years,
אישי
but
את
nothing
עוצמת
can prepare you
הכאב, אבל
personally
ברור לי
with
שכך
the
חינכתי את הבן
magnitude
שלי.
and scale of
ככה
the pain,
צריך
but it's clear to me that
לחנך
this is
צעירים
how I
במדינת
raised
ישראל.
my son, this is how
אני
we
אומר
need
את
to
זה
raise
בתקופה
young
שדנים
men
על
and
חוק
women in
גיוס.
Israel, and I'm saying this at a time that we are talking about the enlistment law.
ופה המסר
And the
לצעירים
message here
והצעירות
to
במדינת
the young
ישראל
men and women in the state of
הוא
Israel is
לגלות ערבות הדדית,
to show
סולידריות,
mutual
לתרום,
responsibility,
להשפיע,
solidarity, to
לעשות
contribute,
שירות
to make an
משמעותי.
impact,
אחרת לא
to
תהיה תקומה
serve a significant
למדינה
service.
שלנו עם כל
Otherwise, our
מכלול
country has
האיומים
no future with all the threats
שתיארנו אותם
that
בשיחה
we just
הקצרה הזאת.
described in this brief
ומבחינתי
conversation.
גל
And for
יחד
me,
עם הרבה
Gal,
מאוד
along
אחרים,
with many
היה
others,
נראה כאילו שיש איזה
it
סיפור
seemed as
שמשכפל את
if
עצמו
this was a
על
story
נוער
that
מעולה,
replicates itself
מתנדב,
with this wonderful
שלא חינכנו אותו
young
כמכונות
men and
מלחמה, יכלו
women,
להיות
and we
רופאים,
didn't
מדענים,
educate them as war
והם
machines. They
מתנדבים
could have
לשרת
been
שירות
scientists
משמעותי
and doctors,
ושירות
yet they volunteered
ביחידות
to serve a
קרביות,
significant service in
ופועלים
combat
כדי להגן על
units
המדינה
and
בשעה
are
קשה.
taking action
אז
in
אם
order to
מחפשים משהו
defend this
חיובי
country
ותקווה,
in its
אז זה
difficult
הנוער
hours. So
הישראלי.
if you're looking for something positive and hope, that's the Israeli younger generation.
שאלתי איך אתה, אני הבנתי
I
מהתשובה
asked
שאתה
how
בסדר.
you were doing, but
גדי
from your
איזנקוט,
answer,
תודה.
I understand that you're doing fine. Thank you very much, Gadi Eisenkot.
עכשיו יהיה פאנל,
Now we're going to have a panel.
ואני מזמין לבמה
And
את
I'd
עמוס
like to
גלעד,
invite Amos
נועם
Gilad,
טיבון ותמיר
Noam
פרדו.
Tibon and
וצריך
Tamir
גם עוד שתי
Pardo.
כיסאות לדעתי.
And I think we need 2 more chairs here.
שני. למה הוא לקח את המים? אין תנאים. טוב.
Okay.
אני לא בטוח שצריך להציג
I'm
את
not
המשתתפים,
sure
אבל אני
that
אעשה את
we
זה
need
מתוך
to
נימוס, זה
introduce the
רחוק ממני.
participants, but I'll do so
אלוף במילואים
out
נועם
of
טיבון.
politeness. The one sitting farthest from me,
שכמה
Major
שנים היית
General
על
in
מדים?
reserves, Noam Tibon.
לא, כמה שנים בסך הכל היית על מדים?
How many years did you serve? How many years were you
ובסוף את התהילה האמיתית,
35 years, but your
המדהימה,
true amazing
הבאת,
glory
אחרי שפשטת אותם, פשוט ירדת לעוטף להילחם כפנסיונר. אלוף מילואים עמוס גלעד, אם אני אספר כל מה שאני יודע על עמוס גלעד, לא יהיה זמן לשום דבר אחר, אז אני אחסוך. גם מר מודיעין, מתאם הפעולות וכו', ראש אגף המדיני ביטחוני וכו', וראש המוסד לשעבר תמיר פרדו. אני עכשיו פותח אתכם בשאלה זהה, שתשובה עליה היא במילה אחת, או כן או לא. תכינו את המיקרופונים. כן, חבר'ה, אני סמל ראשון וכולכם תעשו מה שאני אומר.
I'm only a staff sergeant, but now you're all going to do what I'm telling you. Tamir Pardo, is Israel under existential threat? Tamir Pardo, yes. Amos, yes. No,
זה הזמן לברוח, רבותיי.
Okay, now's the time to run away, ladies and gentlemen. Could you please elaborate?
צריך עוד להסביר?
Do you need any further elaboration?
האם היא בסכנה קיומית בגלל כל מה שדיברת עם גדי איזנקוט, האיראנים סנטימטר מפצצה, חיזבאללה וזה, או בגלל מה שקורה לנו בפנים, או גם וגם.
גם לצערי הרב, היום זה גם וגם.
שהכל קורה ביחד.
הכל קורה ביחד. פנימית זה כאוס מוחלט מקצה לקצה. שום דבר במדינה הזאת לא מנוהל, אבל כלום. מה מטריד, ואני אלך בכיוון הביטחוני, לנקודה שהיא לא עולה פה. ב-1967, גמל עבדל נאסר סגר את מצרי טיראן. זה היה הקזוס בלי, זאת הייתה העילה למלחמה, שנקראה לימים מלחמת יום כיפור. ב-8 לאוקטובר, החות'ים, חות'ים כאלה ואחרים, סגרו את באב אל-מנדב, קצת יותר רחוק. מאז אין לנו נמל באילת, הוא יבש. אף אונייה אחת ואף סירה לא נכנסה פנימה. זה לא היה קזוס בלי לכלום, זה לא עולה בתור אייטם, אפילו בתקשורת, במהלך 9 חודשים האחרונים, יותר מפעם אחת בחודשיים, 3, איזה משפט אחד, בגלל שזו אונייה עם קרבה כזאת או אחרת לישראל מותקפת.
There's a very brief news item because a ship that somehow related to Israel was attacked and there is no solution. So that is the mirror that we see in front of us, it's right in front of our eyes. Gaza, the north, Judea and Samaria.
שאני שומע שהם מסקרים עובדים בטול כרם, אז בואו ננסה להבין מה אנחנו מדברים בכלל. יש פה לחימה בכל הגזרות. אם מישהו דיבר פעם על מערכה רב-זירתית, אנחנו במערכה סופר רב-זירתית, מאיראן בקצה ועד עזה בצד השני.
עמוס, איך אתה רואה את זה?
אני אגיד מדוע אני מוטרד, וגם יש לנו סיכוי. קודם כל, המודיעין פה נכשל כישלון מזעזע 50 שנה ושעות ו29 דקות אחרי הכישלון הנורא שמחמיר לעומת הכישלון הקודם. הקמנו צה"ל קלבי והצליח להביס שני צבאות ערביים ולהביא שלום. בכלל, אם אין תכלית אסטרטגית. היום האיראנים המנוולים האלה יושבים ואומרים, רגע, אולי התוכנית שלנו להשמיד את ישראל היא ברת ביצוע. זה בשבילי הלם.
And for me, that's shocking because there was no justification to what could happen unless we're talking about in-depth processes to the credit of the Intel, both the Intel Directorate and the ISA, they warned the Prime Minister, their professional favors, because it happened after such a period, and then the entire construct that has been designed, it reminds me of that pest, there's that pest that eats up
אגב, יש חברת הייטק ישראלית שהמציאה חיישנים.
כן, אבל לא עובדים.
לא עובד? אז הנה מה שקרה ב7 באוקטובר.
אולי אני טועה. עכשיו, למה אני מוטרד לעתיד? צה"ל הוכיח פה עוצמה בלתי רגילה. הרמטכ"ל שעבר תיאר את זה בצורה מדהימה. ואחר כך עוד שאלת אותו את השאלה האישית שריגשה אותי מאוד בתשובה. אבל איפה התבונה פה? אין שום תבונה. אנחנו, נשלוט בעזה, נהפוך אותה לאזור כיבוש ישיר, נהרוס את יהודה ושומרון, ונהיה בבתי כלא בבתי הדין הבינלאומי בהאג. בהאג זה טוב להיות תייר, לא אסיר. והאם אנחנו נהרוס את היחסים עם ארצות הברית? מה, יש לנו חלופה לארצות הברית של אמריקה? בקיצור, ככה אני יכול להמשיך.
Is there any replacement for our relationship with the U.S.? If we continue on this path, then I'm concerned. But we're now at the brink of the abyss. But if we stop, then we still have hope because we're still very powerful. We can reenact our strength, but we can also go downhill. And this is what truly concerns me. Noam, on October 7th, I saw the fiasco with my very own eyes. And it's been such a long time since then. And what truly concerns me is that the government of the fiasco and the massacre, which is an extremist radical government, and it's the first time we're conducting such a complicated war, and you feel that what's leading the government is not the question what's good for the State of Israel's security, but rather political considerations related to the Prime Minister's survival. They refuse to hold any strategic discussion. They refuse to discuss the day after. They're not taking care of the hostage problem. So 2 regions in the State of Israel have been completely abandoned. So when you see all that, you understand that we've been fighting for a very long time. We've shed so much blood, and yet we haven't reached any of the achievements we declared. We did not bring back all the hostages. We did not destroy Hamas, and we did not manage to get the people living in the south of Israel and the north of Israel to return to their homes. And the vision, ostensibly, of the Prime Minister is an endless war which will ruin our relation, while ruining our relationship with the U.S. This means that Israel is going in a very bad direction, and this is what truly worries me. Let's pause for a second, and we're going to continue this discussion because it is important, but still I think that at least 2 of the 3 of you were very active and are still very dominant in the call for a commission of inquiry on the submarines and all the petitions to the High Court of Justice. So I'd like to start with you, Tamir. How do you see the recommendations issued today? 5 people were warned, the Prime Minister, Bogi Ya'alon, accusing them of harming state national security. Do you think that the Commission is delivering the goods? It's a sad day. It's a sad day for everyone, for every Israeli citizen. If you read what the Commission of Inquiry wrote about a Prime Minister who is currently serving as Prime Minister after 2 years of investigation, it's appalling, it's shocking. I think it hasn't even concluded its work. It issued warning letters, it hasn't finalized its work, but if we look at what's written in these warning letters, I don't even know how to define it. It's terrible. It also includes somebody who replaced you in your position. It includes somebody who was then the head of the NSC. You are guarding the brand of a director of the Mossad. Yes, I'm trying to. And yet Yossi Cohen's name, Amos Bogi Ya'alon's name, he's one of you guys. He's one of those. I mean, there's a tragic event. I don't even know what to compare it to. He's the one who invested the biggest amount of energy in establishing this Commission of Inquiry, and ultimately he's one of those who have been warned. Look, I don't think the public understands this Commission of Inquiry. It's a submarine commission, so they're underwater, they work beneath the radar, and yes, now it's risen up. What did it discuss? How you do the forced build-up of the military in the security establishment. It's called the submarine commissions. There are various secret aspects that cannot be discussed, but there's one thing that's clear. Let's say if you come to the Chief of General Staff and say to him, we need 6,000 submarines. Okay, so buy 6,000 submarines. Each one costs 2 billion shekels, and with that amount of money, you can set up several divisions. Is it going to be the maritime forces that will win the war, the ground forces, the Air Force design force build-up is something critical, and the IDF's position is always formulated by the Chief of General Staff. He decides because he takes everything into account, but what this commission discussed in some very significant flaws in the entire procedure and planning of force design. Force design, force build-up is equal to the strength of the IDF and the security establishment, and the Commission of Inquiry issued a warning at the highest possible level. There are saying to the Prime Minister, you are a threat, you are a risk to national security, and we can see it right now in front of our eyes. It's nothing political. I'm not saying anything political here. I think that the decisions, the interim decisions today, just like Tamir said, are critical because they exactly reflect what we're discussing here today, and that's why it's important. Noam, you're from the ground forces. You don't know much about submarines, but maybe if we look at things from the macro perspective, because Gadi Eisenkot said that what we have here is a Prime Minister who has personal responsibility on the disaster on Meron Mountain and also responsibility for the fire at Carmel Mountain and responsibility for the submarines. And if a commission of inquiry will be appointed for October 7th, I don't think it would be a far-fetched gamble that they'll find his responsibility there. Yet we don't see an end. I don't see him leaving his office before 2026, if at all.
Look, when they say the Prime Minister is a threat to national security of the State of Israel, I think the words speak for themselves. I think Gadi Eisenkot said, what he said in his very polite manner. But the response, the Prime Minister sabotaged the possibility of bringing home hostages in a switch deal, in a trade deal. The Prime Minister has never taken responsibility for this failure. He led the concept of the Hamas as an asset, suitcases of billions of dollars flowing to the Hamas over the years, growing it as allowing it to grow as a terror organization. Now, this is so painful a point, because if the Prime Minister had taken responsibility and resigned after the previous failures, we may never have experienced October 7th. Now, we did have the 7th of October. Netanyahu is the Prime Minister at that time. And now we see the results of this extreme government that he's assembled. And this has to be said clearly. It's not only on their watch and their responsibility. That's true enough, because I already on the 8th of October, the next day, when I understood the ramifications of the failure, I said that everybody who's responsible for that failure, the entire upper echelon of the military, of the ISA, everything that has to do with intelligence, but first and foremost, the entire government of Israel and Netanyahu at its head has to leave. And if they don't leave, the moment they didn't leave, the next failure is just coming, and we will all pay the price. Tamir, I want to give you a hard time in regards to what Amnon said. The head of the intelligence directorate resigned, and the Gaza division commander resigned, and there are some people saying that the head of the ISA and so forth, they took responsibility, but they shouldn't resign before there are new elections or before the politicians take responsibility. Would you agree? I think that I know Herzliya. I've known him for over 30 years. And I know that he is a remarkable commander. I think that what happened, and it doesn't matter who was the commander, keeping on for 9 months almost after such an event is not the right thing to do. It's not right for the country. It's not right for the IDF. There's a real problem here. A real problem. On the 7th, 8th, 9th of October, the thought was at the time, hey, wait a second, now first of all, the government should go, and then after the operative echelons should go. But I think that managing, as a commander, continuing on after an event of this nature, it's hard to be a commander after that. I'm not entirely sure it's appropriate you should continue to command after that. I think the IDF didn't have any problem to have sort of lateral moves and continue the war on the 8th of October with people with government officials who hadn't been any part of the war. Is this true of the ISA? We're talking about democracy, but because the IDF Chief of General Staff is a different position. But the moment that I say that there is the difficulty in replacing a leader of a service during war, because of some political consideration, that means I don't believe in Israeli democracy. I would be afraid to say such a thing. I believe still that Israeli democracy is strong enough to deal with replacing people. And even if there's a prime minister who's irresponsible, the state and the public are strong enough to deal with replacing him. And the ISA has enormous force. There are amazing people in that service, amazing people, security professionals who work night and day to keep Israel safe. And I don't think that a prime minister can endanger the ISA or any other security organization. We have good people here. And if somebody tries to do something wrong, I believe the public will address that. I have faith. Do you agree?
הפתרון היחיד זה ועדת חקירה ממלכתית שתקבל לוח זמנים.
Commission of inquiry with a schedule subject to the Supreme Court. Because that's the only way to go about it. Because if the Prime Minister continues and the head of the ISA leaves and somebody else is replaced, and by the way, I think Tamir and Noam would agree that the head of the ISA is an amazing person and a defender of democracy and a real professional, but our democracy is so weak that one person that we put in that role who will be the wrong person could have terrible ramifications. So we need a national inquiry committee or commission. We need to give them a schedule. We need to have interim outcomes within and recommendations within a few months, and that has to be applicable to everybody from the Prime Minister down. It's not as if I'm against him. I just want this country to be safe. He said, I asked me if I was worried. If they said that the Prime Minister has to take the responsibility, as I see it, and as my colleagues described, that he should be the first to go, and after him we have to replace several people. And yes, adjust. I came from a hierarchical structure. I mean, you all came from hierarchical structures. I mean, there was a chain of command. Command is first of all based on trust, that the soldiers believe in the commander at their lead. The political arena is a complete mess. It's chaos. I can't even describe it. But a security system, whether it's the IDF or the ISA, if you lose trust in the leadership, whether it's a company commander or a brigade commander or the chief of general staff, when you lose the trust of your soldiers, you cannot command. Now 3 years waiting for the verdict of an inquiry commission that the government doesn't even want to establish this commission. It could have done it on the 7th of October, that morning. It could have concluded its work within a week in the critical issues that need to be debated. And an inquiry commission doesn't need to come to conclusions. It has to understand what happened and how it happened. And that can be done very easily. But nobody wants to do it. Well, Noam has already stated his opinion. You said you had to replace the whole government. But let's look into the global stage. You as head of the Mossad, you dealt with in Amos. Of course, your position, this was your forte. And it seems that the most concerning thing of all of the very concerning things is this rapid collapse, unbelievable collapse of this historical and powerful alliance that we had with the United States. Suddenly things that had never been seen, even in our darkest hour time, how what Bibi Netanyahu is talking about the Americans, how Americans are talking about Netanyahu. Now, Amos, you saw this, the armaments video. Maybe the Prime Minister is right. Maybe it's time to sort of bang on the table. Because at the end of the day, most of the Democrats are progressives. I think it's like with a barefoot beating at a concrete wall. Imagine now if I kicked a concrete wall, I would break my foot. Let's say that you are making this very serious speech. Is there going to be an earthquake in the United States? Will the Congress collapse? What do you mean? Who works like that? Who talks like that? We have, with the United States, managed not only a general relationship, a military, intel relationship, cooperation through many, many years. If you want to now provoke the American president, you will get exactly the opposite. We had a crisis with our U.S. relations about China. Now if you threaten the American president in some irresponsible, insane way that's meant to humiliate the Americans, that would harm our national security. I'll give you examples. Iran attacked us with over 300 missiles. The IDF, held the line. The United States helped us. European states, even Arab states that we maybe shouldn't talk about them, they also helped. There's a strategic alliance called SETCOM, which is managed by the Americans. The Chief of General of Staff of the IDF can meet with any Chief of General Staff of Arab militaries. We have Egypt, which is the terrible sort of, enemy of Israel, so to speak, but is mediated by the Americans. The Americans help in so many ways and has enormous ramifications. To provoke the President of the United States will not bring us any benefit and will only harm us terribly. Noam, what do you think? I agree with every word. The Supreme Court here, what, you're going to sign off on that? I don't think that we have a checkbook out to buy American armaments. The amazing chutzpah, the amazing rudeness, everything that the Americans have given us from October 8th are paid by the American taxpayer, not by Israeli taxpayers. 18 billion, 14 billion. In special aid by President Biden, $7.5 billion of which have already arrived. So the amazing audacity to think that you will speak that way to somebody who helped. It's not as if we paid up front the money and they didn't deliver our supplies. They sent their own supplies. The United States of America took from their own supplies in order to help us, and we would have the nerve to behave that way? That is a humiliation to the state of Israel. I am ashamed to be Israeli in a way that dares to speak that way to the United States of America that has given us the most support and has given us the most support continuously. By the way, in regards to the fact why since then Eisenhower and so forth, and we're talking about the building force. Wait a second, if I may, talk about the plane carriers, 35 planes, dozens of combat marine vessels. Think about all of that. Think of all of the armaments for the 3 months period. We only look at what they gave us. Day by day by day, American Air Force were here, were present. How could we possibly imagine? I mean, there were daily, when the American president, when President Biden says something, it's delivered, it's done. His word is law. And I mean, it's amazing to me that we would think to provoke the Americans when they're helping us. Noam, I want to ask you about something else. It's no secret your family lived in the Gaza border area. You on the 8th of October on the 7th of October went to save them. And yet maybe Netanyahu is still right that he wants to continue the war until there won't be a specific threat on Amir Tibon and your grandchildren in Nahal Oz. Maybe this is directly related to your particular experience. What's wrong with that? I am a graduate of Lebanon. I know how you can get mired in the mud. Some of the process that we underwent in this particular war, and generally in Israel, we don't need long wars here in Israel. We need short wars, intense wars, and get a strategic achievement as quickly as possible and come to an agreement as quickly as possible, because that's the end of every war, an agreement. The same is true of the North. There could be a war now. We will pay a terrible price. And at the end, we'll have to come to an agreement that is pretty much like the agreement we offered now. If in the beginning of the war they'd said, okay, our goal is to eradicate the Hamas's base of power, to replace it with a different government in Gaza, to bring back our hostages, do all of this in a specific time frame, and all of this in collaboration with the Americans and Egypt and so forth, we would be in a different reality right now. What Netanyahu and his extreme government are leading. Some are even talking about military regime in Gaza. We don't even have the military might to do it. They're talking about renewing settlements in Gaza. What he's going to do, he and his extreme government, is to bring us, to mire us in such mud, so to speak, that we will never get out of it. The residents of Nahal Oz and the kibbutzim in the Gaza border that I have worked with since the 8th of October, along with all of the other generals that and my colleagues, they will come home only when they feel safe. But that's exactly the question. That's exactly the question. If the IDF leaves Rafah in 2 weeks, and Amir asks you, Dad, do I come back home? What do you say? First of all, I personally will go back. The moment that Nahal Oz, the residents go back, I'll go back with them. And if it's safe and the IDF concludes, I believe the IDF has got my back, we'll all come back. But they won't come back to Nahal Oz. There are still 2 hostages from Nahal Oz and from other kibbutzim. They won't come home without their hostages, without their family members still in Gaza. They won't come home. In 2014, there were 52 days of the operation Protective Edge, and we were day by day in cabinet meetings, in smaller cabinets and extended cabinets, and then the IDF chief of staff asked the prime minister, this current prime minister, how would you like to conclude this war? From day one, they asked, and they said, do this, do that, and then the IDF chief of staff, Benny Gantz, said, I would like to understand, you, prime minister, how would you like to conclude the war? At the last missile and the last bullet is fired, the last one, what situation should the IDF be in? What is our goal? He didn't get an answer for 52 days because the prime minister didn't want to give an answer. At the end of that war, head of the Mossad, as head of the Mossad, moderate states contacted me and said, we are willing to rehabilitate the Gaza Strip. You dictate the terms, but we'll only give you one condition. Let us conclude the Palestinian-Israeli war in a way that you, the state of Israel, would approve of. You, Israel, determine what is the border and what are your conditions. And Israel refused. If Israel had agreed back then, we wouldn't be sitting here now talking about what we're talking about. Here, if you would allow me to disagree, but you saw the Hamas, I don't know if any kind of agreement we'd come to would have created a different reality. Wait, it's a political debate, and Amos, I recall, you used to be sort of an angry prophet in regards to the Hamas, and with dire prophecies of doom and gloom. But if you could decide or recommend to the next prime minister, if we ever have a next prime minister, about the first 3 things that person needs to do in order to improve and change the strategic situation, the geopolitical situation, and maybe the psychiatric well-being of Israel, what would you say? I would immediately talk to the President of the United States and say, what do we do about Iran? How do we collaborate with the Americans? The Iranians are determined. It's not some slogan of war or motto of war. They are dangerous, and I think we have to work with the Americans against Iran. Second, the Judea and Samaria, there are 2 goals. First of all, of the IDF, the Intelligence Directorate of the IDF and the ISA, and secondly, and they are doing their work every day, and that is amazing work, and that is why we are not being blown up because. And on the other hand, you have Smotrich, who is a very talented man. He is trying to destroy the Palestinian Authority. He's trying to pave the way for the collapse and the immediate occupation of the Gaza Strip, a quiet and very aggressive takeover of the civil administration. The civil administration and his amazing organization force the ability to balance out our needs, and they are rushing ahead to occupation, direct occupation, and that will make us defenseless against the international community and the international courts, which are already talking about. And the same in Gaza. Instead of wasting the lives of IDF soldiers, we have to enlist human capital on the Palestinian and Egyptian side as well in order to rehabilitate. This would cost us, but cost us less. And secondly, we have to combine national wisdom with national resilience and work and tackle far larger issues. Iran the first, but there are many others, because apart from that rationale and force, at the moment we're not applying any of our strengths. We're not utilizing any of our capabilities. Is there anything that you would like to say that you haven't said? I think what's important to say is that with the difficult situation we are in, and I saw this on October 7th and October 8th, when the IDF didn't work and the government didn't function, but we do have a strong nation, a good nation that is willing to enlist and volunteer in remarkable ways. So if we are wise enough to change this government, to replace this government, and for people to take responsibility, because that's the kind of culture we should have, when people take responsibility, then we can tackle every military or existential threat, as long as we do it according to security doctrine of a strong military, a strong country, a strong state, and a strong democracy, and a strategic alliance with the US. If we manage to keep to those principles, no one will be able to take us down. Tamir, as a final question, as a journalist, I'm all about, of course, current events, and this now issue, the submarine scandal. Through your military career, have you managed to understand this grant to the Germans to sell submarines to the Egyptians? I don't want to address that. But you came all the way. I knew that's what you would say. You knew what my answer would be. In 1973, Israel proved to all of the Arab states that it is unbeatable. And that is the reason to the peace. Yes, peace in Egypt and Jordan, and from Oman to Morocco, it reverberated. And on October 7th, the tables were turned. Suddenly, we understood, and people understood, that Israel can be hit, the same hit that Ben-Gurion warned us about on day one when he began his position as Prime Minister of Israel. And this did happen. October 7 happened. We should grasp that. We should understand we have a brief time window to change direction again. And sadly, the Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, is making sure that we are only beating ourselves. We are only vanquishing ourselves. Amos, say something optimistic. Say if there's a war with the Hezbollah, who's going to win? The person who prevents it by making it needless and redundant. We can beat the Hezbollah, sure, but the price will be terrible. And I'll tell you what drives me mad. Sinwar, that horrific person with his tunnel sitting in the very depth of the 15 floors below ground. And I was, born in Khan Yunis. I managed to put a wedge between Israel and the US. I managed to undermine Jordan. I managed to undermine Egypt. I'm stopping at peace with the Saudis. Maybe, I think he's concluding his position here, his time here in the world, and he should pass on to the next world. Maybe he'll also be able to eradicate the Palestinian Authority and continue to sylph in the Gulf. And the Hamas, their idea to work, and this was thought of by the Iranians, I think Tamir mentioned this earlier, and I think it was mentioned earlier. Can it be that they say, wait a moment, we can harm Israel? That's crazy to me, that horrific person is sitting there and consolidating a strategy and I would like to have a consolidated strategy in Israel, which we don't have. Finally, I want a word here, the word accountability, to be the word of the day. Accountability should be the word we use today. I had a very similar forum in the Herzliya conference last year. I believe you were, and Gadi Eisenkot as well was there. And no one even believed or imagined that a year later we would sit here in this reality. So all I'm left by saying to conclude our discussion is hopefully next year, I hope we are in a much better situation. Thank you all. Amen. May we know better days ahead. And now I have the honor to invite Professor Susie Navot, Vice President of Research in the Israel Democracy Institute, and I invite Professor Jonathan Gershoni from Tel Aviv University. Tel Aviv, of course, is our neighbor, slightly to the south, a little bit to the south.
אחד. Okay, after the very encouraging panel, we would like to talk about more serious and depressing subjects. For all of those who still have an appetite for it, please be with us. When the Justice Minister presented the first phase of the reform, it was a powder keg. Hundreds of thousands of citizens of the country left to the streets to protest and to protect democracy. The President of Israel and the Justice Minister warned that this reform, so to speak, would rip the country apart. It is dangerous and may lead us to disaster. And then October 7 occurred, an establishment of an emergency administration, violation of agreements, and just a month ago, the Gali Barav Minara declared that democracy is fragile and that even today there is a secret attack, an attempt to reinstate this secret reform. What is a secret reform? This is a panel for the advanced learner because it's really difficult to talk about this after what we heard later, but this is a subversive reform. It's still happening underground. It's still happening secretly. Now, some of the reasons have to do with the previous panel. We wake up in the morning and we're afraid to look at our phones and see that another name of a fallen soldier. 8 months we are exposed to this discourse of war and hostages and fallen soldiers, and you can't pay attention to anything else. You can't even, you don't even have the emotional strength to deal with it. And deal with anything besides the war. So the fact that this is a subversive reform and a secret one, it's mostly because we're not paying attention.
We're all focused on the war. And the second reason is that it's a secret. And because this is what Yariv Levin wanted to do on the 4th of January, it's being done differently. It's not done through legislation, it's done under the table, behind closed doors, slowly, quietly, gradually. But it's still happening, this judicial reform, making our democracy even more fragile than ever. And let's give you the most obvious answer and example. We heard about this in the news today. Yariv Levin, as Minister of Justice, wanted to replace the members of the Judge Appointment Committee. They wanted different people on the Judge Selection Committee. And I said, obviously, he doesn't want anybody who's conservative or liberal. He wants coalition judges, meaning judges that are one of ours, so to speak. That's something very different. It's not a question of a judge of this kind of judicial mentality or that kind of mentality. He wants political judges. But he couldn't do it through legislation, so what does he do? He changed the decision-making protocol in the committee without changing a single word of legislation. He said, wait a second, I'm a chair of this committee. I determine the agenda. If you don't agree with the candidate that I bring forth, I'm going to take this paper that the agenda is written on, and I'm going to hold on to it so that we don't vote on anything. So they changed the rule. If there's no consensus, then we can't choose judges. Not for the magistrate court, not for the district court. You can't even talk about the Supreme Court. And now Yariv Levin doesn't have the majority. The majority now can elect any kind of judge, and certainly the president of the Supreme Court and the judges on the Supreme Court. But this is all stopped. They changed the rules. They're not doing any kind of committee deliberations, and they don't come to any agreements unless they're consensus agreement. And he did all of this without one word of legislation amendments. And this is now something. Now, Amos Gilad in the previous session talked about the appointment of head of the ISA. Director of the ISA. Let's talk about appointments. There is an obsession now of our ministers about appointments. Look at the people being appointed. I won't appoint it. I won't even talk about the police force. It's too difficult to talk about. It's too painful. But the idea is that if you can appoint or you can get rid of previous appointment, instead of appointing somebody neutral, professional, expert with experience, you just get someone loyal. And then that organization ceases to function. So you have the Judge Selection Committee, you have appointments, you have Gali Barav Miara, who is the general advocate, and if you want appointees, personal appointees, and you're doing that. You can see it every day. For months now, we can see that she is saying to the government, what you are trying to do is illegal. And what the government is saying is, yeah, we heard you. They're ignoring the Attorney General. And then she says, but if they say that it's illegal, I won't be able to defend it in court. And they say, don't worry, you don't have to defend it in court. We will bring our own person to defend it in court. This is file after file, case after case. We see this again and again, one and more in the gospel. We see it with the enlistment law now. And the question is what to do now. And the Judge Selection Committee again with its appointment. And day after day after day, more examples of this. And even in the midst of war. So that's the judicial reform, so to speak. It's still happening, it's still occurring, it's underground, and we are not dealing with it. We're ignoring it, and maybe we're not strong enough to deal with this day by day, this increasing eating away and erosion of democracy.
Since the outbreak of the war, it seems that it's all becoming more and more complicated and difficult on the international sphere with the ICC and ICJ. So the question remains, how does the regime overall, how is that related to the procedures in The Hague? What are the implications or ramifications of these procedures, and how can Israel, or how could Israel have dealt with all this mess? I think that the answer is quite similar to what the previous speakers answered a different question. Israel was a very strong country with international status, perhaps one of the best reputations or status in the world. Illegally, we were the #1 exporter of the judiciary field. Everybody quoted our adjudication, and our adjudication on the war on terror, it was quoted. everywhere. There was tremendous pride in the Israeli judiciary system, but they've been trying to harm it for 18 months, to turn it, to make sure that it's not independent. We don't have a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and these things are being heard in the war. And on top of that, they wanted to pass the probability clause. What does it mean to revoke the probability clause? That the court will not be able to intervene in government decisions that are related to matters of war, of warfare as well. And that amendment, the probability amendment, had passed, and the State of Israel operated for 6 months, and there wasn't any possibility to review what the government was doing, what the ministers were doing under the probability clause. And then it was revoked in the most important ruling of the Supreme Court. And everybody knows all of that. And in addition to that, what's been discussed earlier, what's happening in Judea and Samaria, that's an indication for the world. Are we treating violations of the law according to international law? And then the war came along, and all that is already on the table. So now they started asking, but what are you doing about human rights violations? What about laws of warfare violations? Is there a commission of inquiry examining the allegations against violations of international law? Of course there is no such commission. We could have appointed that on October 8th. Let me remind you, Johnny, that we examined, that we reviewed the flotilla, that, and a commission of inquiry was appointed for that, but no commission of inquiry has been appointed for what's been happening for 8 months now. And these things have an impact, so they're very heavy-duty cases, and don't you think lightly of it. One in the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, which is writing its expert opinion on what's happening in Judea and Samaria, but is also addressing the allegation of South Africa that what we're doing culminates to genocide. Even saying that about Israel, that's quite inconceivable. And the ICC, the International Criminal Court, the prosecutor has asked to issue warrants against Prime Minister Netanyahu in Gallant. And the meaning of these warrants is not only that they could arrest Netanyahu in Gallant, it's not just something personal that pertains to them, it's ours, because it places Israel alongside a series of ostracized countries, not democratic countries, and it affects what we do overseas. I guess the University of Tel Aviv knows very well what's happening in the academia. All the participation in conferences has been canceled, and if these warrants will be issued, it will grow even worse. And there's an arms embargo. I think it's been 6 weeks since the prosecutor had requested the warrants, but the court has not convened yet. They gave us some grace, some time. Maybe we'll do something in the meanwhile. And I'm wondering, I'm asking myself, what is the State of Israel doing? Which commission was appointed? Did anybody say anything? No, they continue to speak in the exact same language, to threaten with settling in Gaza, as if this weren't yet another violation of the rules of warfare. So we're just waiting for it to come without anybody doing anything about it. And actually, it should be a great source of concern for us, even if it's just 2 warrants against 2 individuals. Britain, by the way, said that the next government, if it is appointed, if the warrants will be issued, of course it will uphold them. So that's the problem. And these are far-reaching implications. Let's take a deep breath. That was still relatively easy. And before we finish, maybe anything optimistic? Is there anything optimistic to say? Yes. I think there is, and I really liked the answer given by Major General T-Bone. My optimism lies with the Israeli society, those people, those communities that We didn't even know about them, and all of a sudden we started seeing them after the judiciary overhaul. They're not, you know, one thing, but they are come up from different groups, and they kept protesting week after week all over the country, and all they had was a flag and maybe a sticker, because they came out to protect this amorphous thing. They didn't even know what it was: democracy, the judge appointment committee, absolute power against dictatorship. And it's the same people, it's the same Israeli population who were discovered on October 8th, and they filled the void left by the Israeli government. And I think that what David Grossman said in his formative speech this week, that we have for whom to fight. And we have what to fight for. There's nothing more optimistic than that, and it also applies to the legal issue as well. Thank you very much.
I'm honored to invite Mrs. Helen Lagal to the podium. Mrs. Lagal has served for the last 2 years as the Managing Director for Middle East and North African at the European External Action Service. Before this, she held a wide variety of roles in the Foreign Ministry of France and even served as the French ambassador to Israel between 2016 and 2019. Your Excellency. Oh, I see our good friend, His Excellency, Ron Prosor has entered the room. Let's have a hand for Ron Prosor, the Israeli ambassador to Germany.
Good afternoon. ערב טוב לכולם. אני גרתי בישראל 7
Good evening. I lived in Israel for 7 years, and it's always good to come back.
It's really a pleasure for me to be back here at the Herzliya conference, which is a key gathering to discuss the future of Israel and the region. Thank you very much for the invitation to address you tonight and talk about EU-Israel relations. The European Union-Israel relationship is built, first of all, on shared values. And the first one are the democratic values. And of course, we have also strategic interests. Israel is one of the closest partners of the EU on the southern shore of the Mediterranean Sea. The relationship is strong in many different areas, such as, for example, research and innovation, environment, tourism, education, and of course, business. The EU is by far Israel's most important trading partner. We also work together on fighting anti-Semitism. After the 7th of October, Hamas terrorist attacks on Israel, and then the war in Gaza, we have seen an unprecedented wave of anti-Semitism in Europe and in other parts of the world as well. And so we have to act immediately and decisively together. On the EU side, we are implementing our EU strategy on combating anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life. It was launched in 2021. It's a comprehensive strategy with 100 initiatives, 3/4 of which have already been put in motion, aiming to ensure that Jews in Europe can live their lives freely, safely, and in line with their religious and cultural traditions. And we rely on the member states to protect the Jewish communities in the EU and to fight anti-Semitism. On December 6, 2023, we adopted a communication, No Place for Hate, Europe United Against Hatred, to counter growing polarization in European societies, to reinforce the security of the Jewish communities, to develop an EU network of trusted flaggers and fact-checkers, to address online anti-Semitism, and to fight hate online. Anti-Semitism is a threat not only to the Jews, but to our democracies and the rule of law in our countries. And it goes against EU values. We have witnessed with the recent protest in Europe and the glorification of terrorism, how anti-Semitism is also a threat to our security. Let me turn now to the tragic events surrounding October 7. We all felt shocked beyond words by the sheer brutality of the terrorists, the horrible acts of sexual violence, the unacceptable kidnapping, including of children, old people, European citizens, and of course we condemned Hamas in the strongest possible terms. EU leaders repeatedly and strongly emphasized Israel's right to defend itself in line with international law and humanitarian law. Our head of state and government will again meet at the end of this week, and they will again repeat this position all together at 27. The day after the attack, the Israeli flag lit up the European Commission building in Brussels in solidarity with the people of Israel. On 11 October, the presidents of the Parliament, the Council, the Commission gathered together in front of the European Parliament with members of parliaments and citizens to observe a minute of silence for the victims of Hamas, followed by the playing of the Hatikva. The same week, on 13 October, both the European Parliament President Roberta Metsola and European Commission Ursula von der Leyen came to Israel to express EU solidarity. They went to Kfar Aza and Reim and met with families of the hostages. And President von der Leyen said, "This is the most heinous assault against Jews since the Holocaust. We thought this could never happen again, yet it did. In the face of this unspeakable tragedy, there is only one possible response. Europe stands with Israel." In November, the EU High Representative for Foreign and Security Policy, Josep Borrell, visited Kibbutz Be'eri and also met families of the hostages. The EU provided logistical support to the transport of medicines to hostages in Gaza in November from Europe to the Rafah border. Unfortunately, it appears that the hostages didn't get the medicines. We have called and continue to call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. Their safety and well-being is a grave concern to all of us. Hamas is a terrorist organization designated as such by the EU since 2001. Over the last months, we have enacted several rounds of additional sanctions against Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad under the EU terror list, but also a dedicated sanction regime and our EU global human rights sanctions regime over widespread sexual and gender-based violence. We agree with Israel that Hamas has to be defeated. But Hamas is not all the Palestinian people, and the Palestinian people are in their majority all other victims of Hamas. And as you know, the EU is deeply concerned about the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza and its dramatic effects on civilians, particularly children. We cannot remain indifferent in the face of the tremendous suffering of the Palestinian population of Gaza. And as I said, we know Hamas' responsibility in this. The protection of civilians has been our utmost priority over the last 9 months, and since October 7, we have committed over 290 million euros for humanitarian assistance. Like many of Israel's friends, including the US, the European Union is very concerned about the absence of a ceasefire and the continuation of the war, the fact that the hostages are still in Gaza, and the human suffering everywhere. That is why we fully support the comprehensive roadmap presented by President Biden, which will lead to an enduring ceasefire in Gaza, the release of all hostages, and a surge of humanitarian assistance to Gaza. The European Union believes that Israeli, but also Palestinians, need to live in safety, dignity, and peace. That's why we stand ready to work with you, the Palestinian Authority, regional, international partners, to contribute to the day after in Gaza, and ultimately to a political solution, a political horizon, and a peace process. We believe this is the way to end the conflict once for all, because ultimately October 7 showed us that walls, technology, soldiers are not enough to make Israel safe. More is needed. I know that the notion of a two-state solution is not very popular in Israel right now, but the idea to partition this sacred piece of land and establish two states for two peoples is not a European invention, nor it is meant to deny the Jewish people ancient ties to the Holy Land. It is simply the only solution that makes sense. And the great leaders of the Jewish people have realized this many decades ago. For example, in the morning of Tuesday, July 8, 1947, Chaim Weizmann, then the chairman of the Jewish Agency and soon to become the first president of the State of Israel, addressed the United Nations Special Committee on Palestine. He said, and I quote, "I think I am speaking the mind of a great many Jews after a great deal of hardship, after a great deal of testing, after a great deal of evaluating the possibility of what we can do for a form of partition that would satisfy the just demands of both the Jews and the Arabs." Much has changed since, but Weizmann's words were true then and are still true now. Yes, it may seem that peace is today more elusive than ever, but European history teaches us that even the bitterest enemies can reconcile. World War II is the lowest point in the history of Europe, but shortly after we hit rock bottom, we managed to unite and achieve peace and prosperity for our people. The same is possible in the Middle East as well. The European Union stands ready to work with Israel Arab partners to achieve this goal, as difficult as it may seem now, because we believe in peace. The Middle East is changing. There is a need for a regional alliance that unites those who share the same goal of promoting security, peace, and stability. That is why we condemn in the strongest terms the Iranian drone and missile attacks against Israel on the 13th of April. The EU has now imposed a series of sanctions against Iran in response to its human rights abuses, nuclear proliferation activities, military support for Russia, for Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, and we have expanded our sanctions regime in order to include also its military support to Middle Eastern proxies. We are also taking concrete action together with our partners to avoid an expansion of a regional conflict, notably in Lebanon and in the Red Sea. We launched a maritime military operation called Aspides to safeguard freedom of navigation and the security of commercial vessels in the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and the broader region. And of course, we call everyone to refrain from escalatory actions. I was a young French diplomat serving in Tel Aviv in November night in 1995, when Yitzhak Rabin spoke about his readiness to take risks for peace. Minutes before he was assassinated, I was there on Kikar Maichel Israel when he said that the path of peace is fraught with difficulties and pain. For Israel, he said, there is no path that is without pain, but the path of peace is preferable to the path of war. We owe it to all people of this region to never stop striving for peace. We believe
in peace. It is possible. Thank you very much.
Toda Rabba, Your Excellency, also for that great Hebrew. You could come maybe to the university and be an Ulpan teacher. In your second, okay. And now, I am honored to invite His Excellency Jacob J. Liu, U.S. Ambassador to Israel, for an interview with General Amos Gilad. His Excellency Liu serves as the U.S. Ambassador to Israel since November 2023. For the past 3 decades, the ambassador has served in various senior positions in the United States government, including Secretary of the Treasury and White House Chief of Staff during the presidency of Barack Obama.
It's a great privilege to, I don't know how to call it, to interview, to talk. I prefer to talk because you will be the one who will talk. I raise some questions. First, I would like to thank you as Ambassador of the United States after long and fantastic career as a, it's called in the United States, it's ridiculous, secretary. It's the most powerful minister in the world of finance. And the Director General, that's my translation, to the whole United States under the Almighty, the President of the United States, and you are now Ambassador. I do have guesstimate that you are here because you think you can support peace and other things, but that's my guesstimate, maybe I'm wrong. So I would like to, first of all, to thank you for coming here, and secondly, I would like to thank the United States. A personal remark, I used to be involved in the most sensitive layers of cooperation. I do have some colleagues here with the United States of America, and I cannot imagine our national security without United States. United States, Israel, United States cooperation is a major pillar in our national security. So based on some remarks that have been heard here about, some, I don't understand them, so like speeches in the Congress, like declarations about United States, Israel, United States is not supporting Israel. Everything you are giving us is for free. Each F-35 costs $80 million before tax and VAT. So, and not talking about the cooperation between U.S. that prevented dramatic attack by Iran against Israel, and the most effective word I've ever heard, don't, that was translated to the American power. So, what is your perspective about our strategic relation between U.S. from Washington or from your position as Ambassador of the United States? I'm sorry for the long question.
It's great to be with you here today, and I look forward to the conversation that we're going to be having. I think if you ask me, the best way to define the strategic relationship between the United States and Israel is to look at what's happened over the last 8 months. From the moment the October 7th attack happened, the U.S. responded the way a friend responds, providing what was needed for Israel to defend itself, being there to work in the international community at a time when it was increasingly challenging to promote the interests of Israel, and taking steps that are almost impossible to describe the magnitude of, and you've alluded to them, having aircraft carriers in the Mediterranean. Huge decision for national security reasons, huge decision in terms of cost. Responding to Iran's attack with a multi-layered defense where the U.S. responding brought in Jordan and Saudi Arabia so that there was visibility in the whole airspace. the idea that there's any question about the U.S. support for Israel is frankly something I don't understand. And as my colleagues in Washington have said, we don't understand. We continue to support Israel and will continue to support Israel. Now, it doesn't mean we haven't asked questions through the course of the last 8 months. We have, and I think we've actually helped provide ideas that have been helpful as the war has been fought, as the response has been designed in terms of humanitarian assistance. We've done what the closest of friends do. We've shared, mostly in private, our thinking about where we stand and where things need to go. So I actually think if you look at the facts speak for themselves. Even after one shipment of large diameter bombs was held, precision-guided missiles were still delivered. Other things keep coming. I think there's a certain impatience that is understandable because the country is still at war and it feels like a time, and it is a time of crisis. But the U.S. system is moving quickly still, perhaps not at the speed of October 8th, when things were just at an extraordinary pace of response, something that isn't even physically sustainable because you start running into supply issues. So we're at a different point now in the war and the process, but we're not in a different point in terms of the U.S. support for Israel.
We are in a very problematic situation, or very challenging situation. What is your vision from your experience and perspective? And you are very close to the president. What is your perspective? I think we need to combine military strengths with wisdom. So what is your perspective? What are your recommendations?
We have really throughout the war been urging, and publicly, I'm not saying anything that isn't well known, urging that Israel fight the war in a way that reflects our shared values, that is something that leads to a better future. So what does that mean? It means that even though it was very hard, Israel did provide and is continuing to provide a huge amount of humanitarian assistance. I think we've been helpful in helping to make that happen in a way that is actually making strategically a difference in terms of Israel's ability to continue and to ultimately succeed. I think that in a world where those humanitarian needs weren't met, the space for continuing the war would have been smaller, not greater. I think if you look at the way we have urged Israel to take on the very serious challenge of defeating Hamas as a military and governing force, we've said it's important to limit collateral damage. And I know that the Israeli military was doing that on its own, according to its own approaches. But I think we have been helpful in terms of making clear that the boundaries of where decisions are really, really matter, and that has to be reflected in the results. Those are hard conversations, but I think that the situation now is as difficult it is, as hard as it is, it's in a place where we're able to continue to support Israel in its very, very crucial, war. And the rest of the world is, with all the criticism, not in a place that it would have been if those kinds of considerations had not been responded to. Can you imagine right now if instead of having people say that Gaza was on the verge of, people being, malnourished, or if you actually had a famine? I mean, we're not of the view that there is a famine. I know other people say there is. Can you imagine if there truly was? So the provision of humanitarian assistance has been, I think, crucial to keeping the pathway open to be successful. Ultimately, the real issue in terms of wisdom is having a vision of where it goes afterwards. And our strategy on where it goes afterwards has been very clear. We think that when the war ends, There has to be a vision for a future where you don't end up back where you started again because there was no resolution of some of the core issues. So what does that mean? It means that Israel has to be secure. It can't be exposed to another October 7th. But there also has to be a conversation about the future of the Palestinian people, that there has to be a pathway towards a better future, a future of self-governance. If you don't take that pathway, then ultimately you're going to have more problems in the future, not less problems in the future. But really strategically, we're at a moment where in the region, Israel is on the brink of being accepted by all of the moderate Arab countries. The Abraham Accords were hugely important. What we saw on April 14th, when, as I said, the United States was providing support with a multi-layered air defense, having Jordan and Saudi Arabia participating in that is just a little bit of a hint of what the value of being accepted in the region by the moderate Arab world is. If you look at an alignment where Iran and its proxies are on one side and Israel and the West, the United States, are on the other side with all of the moderate Arab countries, it is a much stronger place to be. Now, I think there's a pathway still to accomplish that. I think that even in this difficult moment, there's still a serious conversation with Saudi Arabia about normalizing relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. I don't think you can get there if you don't also have a pathway for dealing with the legitimate interests of the Palestinian people, not Hamas, but the Palestinian people for a better future. Now, I've heard people say, how can you do that? How can you allow the outcome of October 7th to be a victory for Hamas getting a Palestinian state? I actually don't believe that anything that I've said would be a victory for Hamas. It would be a defeat for Hamas if there were actually normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. It would be a defeat for Iran. And I think if you have a demilitarized, autonomous governing body where you're actually able to have a future that provides for security and dignity for the people of Gaza and the West Bank, that is a safer future. Now, I know that's hard now, right, at this moment. But I think to call that a victory for Hamas, it has it backwards.
Sounds very worrying, what you say. Because I would like to ask you, what will happen if we continue the war in Gaza? There is no way out in the north, and maybe there will be confrontation that is unprecedented, not unprecedented, but very, very challenging to say. And then Iran, one day, will cross the Rubicon and develop military nuclear capability while not having the alliance with Saudi Arabia and all the important things you mentioned. What is your vision based on your long experience?
I don't see how a future of endless war is going to make a better future. We haven't talked a lot about the hostages, but let's talk for a minute about the negotiation for a hostage release and a ceasefire. Why is it so critical? Now, first and foremost, you have people who need to come home to their families. It's just a human issue that has to be resolved. But strategically, if there were a hostage deal and there were a ceasefire, it would open a doorway to a discussion with Hezbollah, Lebanon, about avoiding a war. It would open the doorway to finishing the normalization discussions with Saudi Arabia. It would open the doorway to strategic steps that could make the rather dark question not as likely to be the future. I think that the challenge right now is we can't give up on trying to end the war in Gaza in a way that leaves us positioned to win the strategic future. None of that will work if there's not a day after strategy for how to govern Gaza. It's one of the reasons that we've said for months now, it's already late. You need to be thinking through how there's going to be civil order, civil administration. We've made it clear we think the Palestinian Authority has to be part of that. Leaders here have made it clear that it's only if the Palestinian Authority is reformed. There's only one group of people who can do the work to make civil order come back. And we've got to figure out how to get those people to work in a way that meets everybody's needs. I think that's possible. It's hard, and having security conditions that permit it is probably the first and hardest, challenge you have to get over. But you have to be able to talk about it. You have to be able to work through these issues and solve these problems in a meaningful way. To look at a future, where Iran's worst instincts shape the future is not a good future. We have to look at creating a better future.
The hierarchy, and in the military hierarchy of the United States, that he said, I think yesterday, that maybe in case of confrontation with Hezbollah, we would not be able to accept the same efficient support by US or something like that. What we need to understand from this declaration, because based on my experience, the declarations are not made by some without considering it first, let's say.
Look, I think we've made clear that we continue to support Israel and its need to defend itself. We've also made clear we think the right course of action is try to avoid a war in the north, and that's why Amos Hochstein has been going back and forth between Lebanon and Israel, and he was just here last week. We're going to continue to try to pursue diplomatic outcome, which is, I think, closer than people think in terms of most of the issues. We just are not at a point in time where there's the kind of quiet in Gaza to permit that to get to a completion. So I think that is our objective. In terms of our commitment to defending Israel, I'm sure you noticed this. Yesterday, when CENTCOM announced that one aircraft carrier was leaving, the Eisenhower is leaving, it also announced that another aircraft carrier is coming, the Teddy Roosevelt. These are not small things. Moving an aircraft carrier group is a big deal. And I can't tell you exactly what is going to be available when. That's a complicated technical set of issues. But we've made it clear that we think Israel has to be able to defend itself. Does that mean we want a war? No. Does that mean we're urging it? We're urging a diplomatic solution. That is our preferred outcome. We think it's the best outcome for Israel, the best outcome for the region, and the best outcome for the United States.
The last question is, do you have any, let's say, optimistic vision about the situation here in the Middle East based on what we have just discussed?
Well, look, I actually think the fact that when you asked me where does wisdom come in, and I described a strategic vision of how this war could end in a better place, that is optimistic. It's not without hard decisions. There are hard decisions that will have to be made, but it is an optimistic vision. I think Israel's resilience is a source of optimism. I'm new to diplomacy. I'm not new to economics. Israel's economy is coming through this war stronger than many people thought it would. That's very important. The future is going to have a lot of challenges. And I think to be really optimistic, the United States and Israel as partners can succeed in almost anything that we work together on. And I believe that. And it's why we have to make sure our countries stay close together and not allow issues to be created that create daylight.
The last question is a personal one. How do you enjoy your service based on your long career in the most important functions in U.S. government.
Well, I would be exaggerating if I said this is what I expected when I accepted this appointment in July last year. You know, I thought I was coming into a position where the number one objective would be completing a Saudi normalization deal while I was here. I'm committed to still having that be the objective.
Mr. Ambassador, I would like to thank you as Ambassador of the United States. Personally, it used to be my privilege to be, let's say, to be part of our unique cooperation between U.S. and Israel. I need to share with you that, again, it's our unique relationship. It's a major pillar in our national security. I cannot imagine our future, our security, without this. I call it iron, not iron, steel dome. What the United States is giving us is so various areas of national security, of military cooperation, intelligence cooperation, international arena, and so on and so on. So, Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much for, it's a great honor to host you here. And I feel optimistic that as long as you are here, we will be in better position. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our keynote speaker for this evening, the Foreign Minister of the Federal Republic of Germany, Annalena Baerbock. In recent years, Germany and Israel have forged a strategic partnership through which both countries contribute significantly to each other's national security. Germany's strong commitment to Israel's security has been demonstrated well before October 7th and since then, and matched by Israel's commitment to German security. In the last 2 years, Germany's faced an entirely new threat environment emanating from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and Israel has had to contend with the most profound national security crisis in its history on several fronts. Having witnessed the strategic relationship between Israel and Germany firsthand, I feel there could be no better person that symbolizes the strength of that relationship than Minister Baerbock, and a person that can present more ably Germany's position regarding the present policy dilemmas that we both face. I would like you, please, to give a very warm Herzliya Conference welcome to Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, some images, some words don't leave you. And maybe they never will. Like the words I heard from Yoni, whose wife and 2 daughters, Ras and Avis, were cruelly taken by Hamas on October 7th. For endless days and nights, Yoni feared for their lives. When the 3 were released on November 25th, it was a moment of immense joy, in a time of enduring pain. 120 hostages are still being held in Gaza. I'm just glad that my wife's grandmother did not live to see this. That's what Yoni said, referring to Safta Tirza, who was born in Munich and who survived the Shoah. Yoni's words have stayed with me since. The images of October 7th have stayed with me since. As a human, as a parent, as a foreign minister. A foreign minister of a country that was responsible for the worst crime in history, the Shoah. The state-planned murder of 6 million Jews with the aim of extinguishing Judaism in Europe. The Nazis hunted down Jews, dragged them outside their homes, and murdered them systematically in cold blood. The hope of Israel's founders was that Israel would be the place where Jews would never have to experience this again, where they would be safe. On October 7th, this assurance was shaken to its core, not only for Jews in Israel, but for people of the Jewish faith worldwide. It was important for me to come to Israel directly after October 7th in order to understand this trauma, to meet with relatives of the hostages like Yoni, to sit in this situation room in Netivot, forcing myself to watch the horrific video of October 7th atrocities, to see, to understand, and to make sure that in everything we do, we help to prevent Hamas' cynical terrorist playbook from succeeding. I've been to your region, this region, 10 times in 9 months. And with every visit, my concerns have been growing, that we are slip-sliding towards a dead end altogether. This is why I'm thankful for the invitation to your conference, because I believe we can only prevent this altogether. The security of the state of Israel is paramount for my country. It is part of the raison d'etre, as Chancellor Angela Merkel put it when she addressed the Knesset in 2008. You have heard that many times from German politicians. But what does this mean today, in this time of anguish? It means standing up for Israel's security when it's under attack. On October 7th, to ensure that an October 7th must never happen again. It means, in my belief, saying very clearly that Israel has the right to defend itself like any other country in the world. Hamas wanted to destroy Israel's security, but also Israel's legitimacy. Hamas has started this war, and it must end this horror. Hamas must release all of the hostages, some of whom are German citizens. Hamas must cease its attacks on Israel. It's Hamas who has sought to spark a regional escalation with the help of its international backers. Standing up for Israel's security means reiterating this message again and again, particularly when talking to those who are cynically seeking to move the focus away from the atrocities of October 7th. This also means that Israel has a right to defend itself against Hezbollah's relentless attacks in the north. It's Hezbollah who started this violence on October 8th, forcing tens of thousands of Israelis from their homes. No country in the world should have to accept that. All Israeli citizens, from Rosh Hanikra to Metula, have a right to feel safe in their homes. UN Security Council Resolution 1701 must be implemented, full stop. This requires Hezbollah to completely and verifiably withdraw from the blue line. We are extremely concerned about the increase in violence at the northern border. I will pay a visit to Beirut tomorrow again, exactly for this reason, where many also do not want another war. Together with our partners, we are working hard on finding solutions that can prevent more suffering. The risk of an unintended escalation and of all-out war is growing by the day. The utmost prudence is therefore required. But, ladies and gentlemen, standing up for Israel's security today means more than standing up for its immediate security, its right to self-defense. It also means making sure that Hamas' strategy, its playbook, does not succeed. It means to helping build a future in which Israelis know that their security is not something temporary and fragile, but that this security is lasting, that they can rely on it. When I say that the security of the state of Israel is a paramount for my country, it is this lasting security for all Israelis that we strive for, that guides our thinking and informs our action. A future in which children from Sderot and Kiryat Shmona can return to their homes, their schools. A future in which Israelis won't have to fear rocket attacks from Gaza again and again. A future in which Israel can prosper because it is at peace with its regional neighbors. A future in which the ruthless threat that Iran poses to Israel's legitimacy is deterred with the help of Israel's international partners. No one believes that this can happen overnight or will be easy to accomplish. Lasting security might sound like a faraway vision today, but that should not deter us. If we were to throw up our hands in resignation, that would mean hell. What I want to do here today, after all the talks I've held in the past weeks and months, is to share my thoughts on what elements I believe are crucial to pave a way forward for Israel's regional, its political security, and how we can counter the efforts to delegitimize it. In my point of view, 4 elements are crucial for that. The first and most important one, from which all the others derive, is that lasting security for all Israelis will only be possible if there's lasting security for Palestinians. And at the same time, lasting security for Palestinians will only be possible if there's lasting security for Israelis. One is not possible without the other. Pursuing the vision of a 2 states living side by side in peace and prosperity remains the best path towards this lasting security. I know that is not a popular opinion with everyone here in Israel. Maybe even less so today than before October 7th. I'm aware of that. And who am I to tell you what's best? But as a firm friend of Israel, how could I not share my concerns and ask, what is the alternative for a future in which all people in your region, can live without fear of constantly recurring violence? To a vision that can ensure Israel's future as a Jewish and democratic state. What's crucial now to build lasting security is to find ways to stop the violence in Gaza, to end the fighting permanently. This has been the focus of all my talks here in Israel, as well as with our US, European, and Arab partners. Hamas has been cynically using civilians as human shields. Yet, we equally know that, also when it comes to self-defense, the restrictions imposed by international humanitarian law, such as distinction, precaution, and proportionality, must be respected. That's why we must address the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza. According to UNICEF, at least 17,000 children are now orphaned or separated from their parents. And as much as it was crucial for me to watch the video of the atrocities of October 7th, it was, and it is, crucial to me as a human being, as a parent, and as a foreign minister, to see the pain behind these images from Gaza. How often, after my conversations with Yoni, did I ask myself, what would I do if October 7th had happened to my family, to my daughters? And how often in the last few months did I ask myself, what would I do if my children would be without me, my husband, in Gaza? These images from Gaza are traveling the globe, sparking strong emotions in the Arab world, but also in the US, in Europe, in my country, everywhere. Disbelief, sadness, anger. And as a friend of Israel, I want to be frank. This anger is not helping Israel to meet its security needs. To the contrary, it only serves Hamas' cynical drive to provoke further escalation. That's why we have emphasized from the outset that Israel must exercise its right to self-defense within the framework of international humanitarian law. This is what distinguishes democracies from terrorists. That Israel's military operation targets Hamas and not civilian population. We have also pushed with partners like the US for humanitarian assistance to reach the people, the children in Gaza. Because we don't want Hamas' strategy to succeed. And we don't want Israel to lose itself in the war. What it is and what it stands for. Or, as a mother of one of the Israeli hostages said to me, it does not bring back my own child if a Palestinian mother loses her child in Gaza. Humanity is indivisible. That's why in all international forums, I have refused to only speak about the suffering of the people on one side. I strongly believe that it makes us all safer if we see the suffering of the other, if we take the needs of the other into account. It is this humanity that makes democracies stronger and safer. And that is my second point. Israel's greatest strength and its best protection is its humanity, its commitment to democratic values, to international law and human rights. Looking back at the past 9 months, what has struck me in the incredible resilience and humanity of the people of Israel. After October 7th, people from all backgrounds, Jewish, Muslim, Christians, others, rushed in to help, opening their homes, providing support. It shows how incredibly strong the Israeli nation is when it stands together. Israel's democracy is diverse and vibrant. Israel's strong democratic values form the backbone of this nation. I have to admit, it's particularly in this knowledge of Israel's democratic strengths that I find certain reports disturbing. The allegations of mistreatments of detainees from Gaza, not only at that time and site. Reports of how extremist settlers in the West Bank are brutally driving Palestinians from their homes, far too often without being duly prosecuted. And very recently, reports of how certain members of the Israeli cabinet push for financial destruction of the Palestinian Authority and measures which would further entrench the occupation of the West Bank. These reports are so disturbing to me because they do not reflect what I believe unites us as strong democracies. The knowledge that we are strongest when we uphold human rights, international law, when we rally around these values, united at the heart of the international community. That, I believe, is key and brings me to my third point. Lasting security will only be possible together with partners, because isolation is the enemy of security. I see and I share the frustration at the fact that many in the world refuse to condemn Hamas for its atrocities. We have spoken out on this relentlessly, particularly at the United Nations. But we have also seen in the past weeks that partnership is and remains indispensable. We saw how Israel's regional neighbors helped to avert Iran's aggressive drone and missile attack on April 13th. This was a glimpse of what might be possible in the region for security cooperation one day. We see how international partners through the UN, Mission UNIFIL, and other instruments are seeking to prevent further escalation at the border with Lebanon. We also see how the international community and Israelis' Arab partners in particular have rallied around the desire to help end the war in Gaza by putting proposals on the table. The plan that President Biden presented based on Israelis' proposal and that was endorsed by the UN Security Council, by partners from the Arab world, from Europe, from the Americas, Asia, and Africa, is a clear path towards that goal. Towards a ceasefire, towards the release of all hostages, towards lasting security for both Israelis and Palestinians. And like many of the participants here today at this conference have said, we urge Hamas to accept that plan. And we count on Israel to stand by its commitments. I'm aware that not everyone in Israel approves President Biden's outline. Some call for continuing Israeli control of Gaza for a war that goes on indefinitely. But I want to ask in all sincerity, how would an endless war help the security of the families who want to return to their homes in Sderot and Kiryat Shmona? How would it end the suffering of the relatives of the hostages? And how would more suffering in Gaza bring more security to Israel? Israel has achieved real success in its efforts to destroy Hamas' military capabilities. And crucially, Hamas is now facing a situation that it always wanted to prevent. Israel's Arab neighbors have come together to contemplate a better future for the region, ways to create security for Israel and Palestinians. This is what we should build on. And that means, and this is my fourth and final point, that we need to take a realistic look at the shape of a future of Gaza. A Gaza where Palestinian women, men, and children can live in dignity, without fear, and crucially, a Gaza from which Hamas no longer poses a threat to the existence of the State of Israel. We have spent the last weeks engaging with our international partners on how to move towards that future. Most urgently, how do we end Sinwar's and Daesh's reign of terror in Gaza? What kind of governance would come after that? How do we finance economic reconstruction? How do we ensure these efforts are not exploited to build new terrorist structures? Eventually, it's clear that Palestinians must assume security responsibilities for all of Gaza. But until that is the case, Israel needs to be certain that its security needs are being met. This is the question we have to answer as an international community. With our Arab, US, and European partners, we have been considering these issues, asking how an international presence could project security in the interim. What does Israel need, and what do the Palestinians need? And as international partners, what should our respective responsibilities be? What would each of us be willing to contribute? As a country that was able to grow its democracy after World War II, through and only by the help of its partners, we know how important a broad and long-lasting international commitment, especially security commitment, is in such efforts. Just as our partners were there for us then, we want to be there for you today. We are grateful that our partners, our Arab partners, are driving this conversation. They've been explicit. Without a roadmap towards a Palestinian state and without assurances that this will be the last war in Gaza, they will not start investing in Gaza's reconstruction. This important message deserves to be heard, including in Israel. We have to consider their vision together with what we Europeans, Americans, and others are willing to offer. And it's clear, I say that also to all sides, women need a place at the table on these peace negotiations. Because we see that all around the world, peace treaties do not last long if women, which is everywhere in the world, in every religion, in every country, form half of the societies, are not included. If we want the PA to eventually assume a role as the legitimate governing authority in Gaza, it has to actually be in a position to do so. With civil servants who are capable of providing public services, with a private sector that can help to meet the enormous humanitarian needs, and, crucially, with police and security forces that are properly trained to ensure safety and public order. For that to happen, the PA needs to reform. But the PA also needs adequate resources to take on this enormous task. It's therefore counterproductive to withhold the funds the PA is entitled to. When the salaries of teachers and doctors are no longer fully paid, this has dire consequences. In the current situation, it is dangerous and, I believe, self-defeating to destroy and destabilize established PA structures. I say this with a particular view to the West Bank, where the illegal expansion to settlement projects is doing exactly that. To build lasting security and stability, Israel needs capable partners it can rely on. A reform PA should be such a partner. Israel's regional neighbors should be such a partner. We are such a partner who also knows that the path towards lasting security will be very, very difficult. But coming back to the beginning of my speech, throwing up our hands in resignation is not an option, because that won't end the pain of the hostages' families, and it won't end the suffering of the innocent children in Gaza. Hamas' cynical strategy must not succeed, so that together we can work towards a better future. A future in which security is not fragile but lasting, because it's built on the solid foundation of humanity, international partnership, and the premise that no one is safe unless their neighbors are safe. Because your lasting security is paramount to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I would like, first and foremost, to say that all your words with respect to the hostages was very important for us and very moving, and that I think the policy of Germany, the attempts of Germany to help us in getting all the hostages back home as soon as possible has been outstanding, and it's very much appreciated on this side. You were one of the first foreign ministers, if not the first foreign minister, to visit the hostage headquarters, and it was very much appreciated. In terms of the different issues that you raised, and obviously the very complex challenges that we're going to face in Gaza and also in reconstituting some sort of political horizon between Israelis and the Palestinians. It was interesting before that the ambassador talked about, if there is a Palestinian state, that it would be seen as maybe a prize to Hamas. But in a way, I think, the idea is that if there is no political horizon between Israel and the Palestinians, that would be a victory for Hamas. And that's why I think the words that you spoke about, the very complex reality, post-war reality, was so important. And one of the things I wanted to pick up on was how you see, given Israel and Germany's very close relationship, how you see Germany's contribution to the various dimensions of the day after, including the security aspects.
I think friendship can be measured not on the sunny days, but when the wind really blows into your face. And I mean, I'm a generation who had this great privilege in Germany to live all my life, being born in Western Germany, in a democracy, in freedom, in peace. But obviously, my grandparents' generation had a different time. And I could only live in peace and security, and this is why it was important for me to relate to it in my speech, because others were there to help my grandparents' generation to build a democratic state, to give us security guarantees back in time. I mean, we still have the allies in Germany for all my life, and even longer. And this is, for me, an obligation to stand with our friends when they need us. And obviously, this is a very difficult discussion. I've also the privilege to have one of my colleagues here from the German Bundestag, from our biggest opposition party. We discuss it intensively also in the German Bundestag. What does it mean to give security guarantees? Because I've been faced with discussions also in the European Union to say Israel just has to stop. And my answer was always, but we have to find a pathway that there's a chance that the IDF can withdraw. And if we do not find an answer how we can guarantee as an international community that the 7th of October never happens again, I cannot sign any resolution, and this is why Germany voted very often differently than other partners. And the discussions we had and the question you came back to today at the European Council for Foreign Ministers, we discussed, for example, as a first step, because obviously these are all small steps, about UBEM, the EU mission, which has been already in the past at the border crossing of Rafah towards Egypt. And how we can ensure that with European support to do training for border guards, but also to guarantee the security of the border, how could we give some security there, that humanitarian goods can come in again, and that the checking really works and Israel can rely on it. And then building on that, if we do have a humanitarian ceasefire, if we have a situation that we can work on this pathway together, the discussions also with Arab partners, international security guarantees before a reformed PA security structure could take over is, in my point of view, an international obligation.
Thank you. Let's move on, because you'll be going to visit Beirut, and you may know that in the last few days, the anxiety in Israel has kind of almost reached fever pitch in terms of the possibility of a major escalation in the north. And beyond that, obviously, one of the key factors that we faced over the years, also in great cooperation with Germany and the other EU3 and the United States, was the issue of Iran. And earlier in the meeting today, we talked about how Iran has got to a higher level of enrichment than it ever has, probably has been dealing with weaponization, has been orchestrating this axis of terror in the region, which threatens not just Israel, but also our Arab neighbors, and also how they've colluded with Russia in terms of the Russian attack on Ukraine. So I was thinking, how do we, I mean, we have so many things that we have to face in a multi-front war, and the issue of Gaza and the whole way of getting the Palestinians and Israelis back to a pathway of peace is very critical, but I think also the issue of Iran and obviously Hezbollah are very key to our concerns at this point. And how do you see Germany playing a role in that?
Well, you discussed it here, but it's crystal clear that obviously, and the ambassador said it also beforehand on stage, in a situation where there was this normalization pathway, it was especially Iran who wanted to do everything to prevent that. And that the 7th of October couldn't have happened with support from others. So therefore, the question of partnership is so crucial. And it was this moment when there was a support from regional partners when Iran attacked Israel to show that it's not Israel being isolated, but it's Iran.
Mm-hmm.
We see it also in the Red Sea, that obviously the attacks from the Houthis, again backed by another actor, are attacking the whole international order, almost every country in the world with regard of the trade. And speaking about this, singling it out, making clear who holds the responsibilities of crucial importance, again, at the European level, we passed different sanction systems with regard to the Houthis and the Red Sea, but also with regard to sanctions targeted directly to, for example, the Minister of Defense from Iran, and also within the EIO with regard to the nuclear enrichment program. Recently, we underlined in another resolution that we are aware of the escalation which is coming from there. And as you have outlined also the ties with regard to Iran, with regard to Russia, with regard to North Korea, obviously, and this is why I feel the obligation, we are all in this boat together as democracies facing a situation where systems would like to destroy our way of living, and this is why we have to stand against this threat united.
Absolutely. The Minister's willing to take a couple of questions from the audience, and please, if you could stand up and identify yourself, please.
Hi, Gil Tamari. I'm a fellow research member here at the Institute at the Reichman University, but I'm also known as a TV reporter for Israeli TV 13. Honorable Mr. Minister Baerbock, Germany is known for standing shoulder to shoulder with Israel for many years, but Germany's position on the ICC's warrants for Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Gallant has not been clearly articulated like other European countries. So my question to you is, will Germany comply with these warrants, or does your government intend to ignore them as the Israeli government expects? And regarding your coming trip to Beirut, what kind of diplomatic leverage can Germany bring to the table in order to prevent a full-scale war between Israel and Hezbollah?
Well, thank you for your two questions. I will start with the first one with the ICC, and I'm thankful for this debate here, because this is a difference than speaking on a TV show also in Germany, where you only have 30 seconds, but the world is so complicated, and because it's not black and white, to have a bit of time, and this is why I was relating to the question of democracies facing a world where dictatorships and other terrorist regimes want to destroy a liberal way of living. We believe in the international law. This is the best security for every democratic state, and this is why we believe in international order, the rule of law, also internationally. Germany Germany was one of the countries most engaged in the establishment of the ICC because for this international court it holds up the international order. And this is why I made very clear that we do respect international courts as we do respect in our own democracies our own courts. On a political dimension, I also underlined that the way this has been addressed, putting Hamas and an Israeli government in the same sentence was more than counterproductive, but we do not interfere into court cases. And I want to make also very clear, and this is why I said it in my speech, I believe in the strength of democracies, and I believe that democracies differ from terrorist regimes because if there are questions with regard to the breach of law, we do have our own courts. And I heard that there might be investigations also here in Israel on the question of the situation in Gaza. I know that there's also a debate within the IDF, and we do have the International Court, International Criminal Court with its regulation. If they are investigations in national systems, then the court plays after. And this is why we do not interfere, because we believe in this judicial systems, and we do believe in democracy in my country and the democracy in Israel.
But will you follow such warrants?
Well, currently, it is up to the different system parts of the International Criminal Court to review what has been proposed. And as I said, we do not interfere because it's a strength of democracies to have the division of powers. This is not bypassing. This is, in my belief, respecting what we are preaching our children every day in classrooms, that democracy is not cherry-picking, but democracy is built for difficult times. The second question with regard to Lebanon, and this is another thing which I'm the first female foreign minister, and maybe, and this is why I'm also so strong on having women at the table. Sometimes you might look different and things. For me, it's very important to come to a country, coming here, but also to going to Ukraine, speak with the people to understand, because sometimes these are the most important discussions you're having. I've been not only with the hostage families, I met also with the families which have to be resettled from the northern borders. We met them in the hotels. And understanding, again, having my two daughters in school, that in summer the new school year comes, and obviously thousands of families have to know whether they stay in the hotels in the new schools, whether they can come back to their homes in northern Israel is a crucial question. And then going to Lebanon, also speaking there with people, asking the same question, it shows me again that there is the strong wish for not having another war. And this is why I'm going there again, speaking with different political actors, which is obviously in that country very difficult because there is no government which has the full power and control at the situation, but to make very clear that the danger of escalation by accident is high, and that therefore we have to need to strengthen UNIFIL. The efforts Hochstein is doing in that regard is very, very crucial to prevent that we have a second war front.
One more question, if anyone. It's very difficult. Yes, please. If you could get it. Could you wait till they give you a microphone? It'd be good to just hear the question.
I'm a bit excited, so I will read my question, and so my English will be better. Did you hear about the day after the war forum that is suggesting very, I think, very important suggestion about calling the Hamas to surrender And in addition, to establish to promise the Palestinian people that the control over Gaza Strip will be transferred to a temporary government framework that will be established by the signatory countries. And what we mean signatory countries, it's the US, some of the Arab countries, and some of the European countries that will take control over Gaza, maybe a bit like what happened after the Second World War in Germany, and then not including Israel, and then trying to bring us and make the region start new.
Well, thank you very much for your question, and I've heard, if I understood correctly, maybe not from exactly that group, but we do have this group consisting of the American foreign minister, the German, and also a couple of Arab foreign ministers, and we are discussing exactly that since month. How can we find a solution that Hamas surrenders? And this is what I want to underline again. It's Hamas who started this war. It's Hamas to end this war. And this is why we also discussed and challenged partners here in the region, but also at the UN, that they have to pressure on Hamas to lay down its weapons, free the hostages. Unfortunately, obviously, we have not come to that day. And under this ongoing attacks from Gaza, for example, this is why we did not support resolution, which only focused on the situation of the IDF and ignored what Hamas is doing there. This is not a solution for peace. It's in Hamas' hand to stop and to end this war. But it's in all our hands together to find a pathway after we have a ceasefire break, how we can fill the security gap. And you mentioned a couple of things. I mentioned it also in my speech, that we need different elements for that to guarantee that not Hamas structures are regaining power. I mean, we have heard already and seen these reports as well, that Palestinian actors try to support humanitarian actors to provide food, and Hamas was shooting again in their knees because obviously Hamas is also fighting Palestinian people in Gaza. So security guarantees are crucial, but for these security guarantees we need the partners from the region. We have all learned our messages also with regard to Afghanistan and other situations, that it needs an international alliance providing these security guarantees. You mentioned, if I understood correctly, without Israel. Peace doesn't function, in my regard, a situation where you can say we ignore the partners. And this is again why I had heavy discussions, for example, with some of our partners here in the region, but also in the European Union, why I said I truly believe that the two-state solution is the only way to bring peace for everybody here in the region. But I will not recognize Palestinians right now because it's part of the peace process. It needs Israel, and it needs also the Palestinians on the pathway. You cannot say we just ignore Israel or we just ignore the Palestinians. This is difficult, but I believe it's the only way how we can find out of this horrible situation.
Well, thank you. I think we've come to the end of the session, and I just want to thank you again for coming and attending and sharing your thoughts with us, and for being such a great friend of Israel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We'll see you all tomorrow. נתראה מחר ב-9 בבוקר. מפכ"ל המשטרה יתחיל את האירוע. לא בא לעצור.